in every way. You keep me in a state of daze. Your kisses make my skin feel weak. I'm always melting in your heat. That I soar like a bird in the wind.
Sé que tienen las flores, llorona las flores del campo santo, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando.
What's up, Bandidos? And we're live. It's Friday, January 13th. That's right, Friday the 13th. I know, kind of creepers, but it's a little after 2:15, streaming from the Pacific Northwest, and it's a big day because we got the TU17 patch notes and a first glimpse at what we can expect for Season 11, or TU17. And it's going to be starting in just a few weeks. So we're really close to this happening. The PTS is going live, or is live actually as we speak. And yeah, we're gonna jump into some notes. Let's do it.
Freak out, yo! Watch this.
And I'm back, ready to start talking about some TU17 Season 11 fun stuff. I'm sure the rumor mill is already out there that we got some really cool exotics headed our way. One in particular in the backpack, which we desperately need because we need something to compete with the Memento, the ultimate exotic. And so, and it might even be the #1 requested exotic in the game, actually, the NinjaBike backpack. And we're gonna get into some of the details here in a little bit, but just to discuss it openly here, just to get this ball rolling, I can't tell you how many times I've had agents bring that backpack up to me and say, I wish we had something like the NinjaBike backpack. I wish we had the NinjaBike. Yeah, over the years, I've gotten this request or comment or discussion has happened in our live streams or in our comments feed. So I'm really excited. And you know what? I have no experience with this thing because I left the Division 1 before they dropped that backpack. So as far as I know, I don't remember having any experience with that thing. So I'm excited to get my hands on it. My mind's whirling. My thoughts are twirling. Anyway, so we are going to take a look at the patch notes and have an open discussion about it. I'll give you some of my thoughts. I want to hear yours. And so these patch notes are online. This is on the Ubisoft discussion forum. Let's see here. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Yeah. Okay. Let's make sure we scroll to the top here. So yeah, so these went live 4:55 in the moan. It says January 11th, but I don't know about that, right? Anyways, PTS patch notes, blah, blah, blah. It just says, keep in mind, a lot of this stuff is temporary, you know, so I'm gonna try to skim through this, do this as efficiently as possible. All right. So Friday the 13th, it went live, funny day to pick. So, you know, these are time zones. It is so the PTS, so you know, is PC only. I'm on Xbox, so I don't do that. And so I do have some pictures courtesy of Bart Simpsonator, who's in our PC clan. So a shout out to him early on, but I will be giving him future credit here as we get into some of the images that he has provided. You can also catch those images on Discord and future discussion and current discussions that are going on right there in Discord. So be sure to do that. Log into Discord and join the conversation. So new gear, okay, Habsburg Guard HG gear brand set. Okay, so this isn't the green gear or the blue gear. This is a brand set, so a 3-piece set. Okay, so 1 piece is going to give you headshot damage. 2 pieces equipped is going to give you 15% marksman rifle damage, which is okay, helpful. 3 pieces is giving you 10% status effect. That's really interesting, right? That the status effect thing is there. And so what's interesting about the status effect is that they did think through this a little bit. Okay, so there's a couple of layers here with the new gear that they're giving us that are actually synergizing. And so that's why that status effect is there. It's not super random. So as you can see, the chest and backpack bonuses. So the named chest, which is called Venerable, how are we saying that? Venerable talent gives us perfect trauma. And so this applies blind to an enemy. So we already have trauma, so it's the perfect version. And what it's doing, it's the same thing. They're just cutting down into the cooldowns. So the cooldowns drop from 30 seconds to 20 seconds. So applies blind to an enemy hitting the head, cooldown 20 seconds. Applies bleed to an enemy hitting the chest, cooldown 20 seconds. So they're shaving those cooldowns down. And that's really helpful because 30 seconds wasn't bad, but that was one of the downsides about trauma and why I don't use it a lot. It's really the cooldowns. The talent is awesome, but the cooldowns is kind of like, you know, whatever. And so there's a named backpack for this gear set, the Courier, and the talent is Perfect Creeping Death. It's about time we got a Perfect Creeping Death. I got to tell you that. Am I super excited that it's on this gear set or brand set? Excuse me. No, I'm not. To tell you the truth, I'm not, because the use case for it makes it complicated for our status effect builds. You know, so if we want to run this with a Eclipse protocol, you know, we're going to be getting 15% headshot damage. And then I'm going to think about it. Is it worth it? But it's the same thing. So causing status effect on an enemy has a chance to spread that same status effect to the nearest enemy within 10 meters. Radius can occur, can only occur once every 10 seconds. So let me drop these notes real quick and then show you, because I think I have one in my backpack here. The regular version. Creeping Death, yeah. So let's see. So they shaved 5 seconds off of the cooldown, and they gave us an additional 2 meters. So that's nice. Let me see. The view was kind of shitty there. Let me get a better background. Okay, there we go. So you see that? So we get 8 meters in 15 seconds, and 8 meters, 15 seconds. All right. So if we look at the patch notes, they give us 10 meters and 10 seconds. So it's better. It's better. I just don't know if it's going to be worth running the backpack for that. You know what I mean? Maybe. Maybe. You know, versus maybe you'd run a Golan or even a Hannah U or whatever, you know. So that's going to be tough. It's tough that they put that on a backpack. But so I do have some images. Let me scroll through here. Also, let's find this dealio here. So here it is, Habsburg Guard. So headshot damage, marksman rifle damage, and then the status effects. So it appears that this is coming with an armor core. So that's different, but similar to what we're seeing with our Brazos set. Also similar to what we're seeing with Golan gear. So all of those sort of, I sort of wish this was actually a damage core. I think this would be better off as a damage core because we already have some options, some crossover, some hybrid new brand sets that have come over recently that would apply in this category of things. Again, one being Golan that comes with armor, and the other one being Brazos that also comes with armor. So of course we can re-roll this, but I do think it would be better off from the get-go to come with a damage attribute instead of armor. Although I don't mind armor. I do. I like armor. But, you know, it's going to make a challenge to farm, I guess. Right? We're going to have to farm some of these things differently. So what do you guys think? I don't know. But it's actually pretty cool. So headshot damage, you know, it's a little bit helpful. The marksman damage is what we'll really be after. Okay, so for our headhunter builds, a lot of our headhunter builds, even if you're not using headhunter, but just marksman rifle builds, usually you want that just the highest based weapon damage that you can get. Well, I guess let me reword that. Really, if you decide you want to use headhunter, the headhunter chest piece. And so if you're going to use a headhunter chest piece, the base weapon damage is really what you want, because that's what the cap is based off of. So you know how you get 1,250%? And so I think I have it right here, actually. So if you look closely, it talks about headshot damage, and the headshot damage is just what allows you to get to the threshold. But the threshold is 1,250%, right? As long as your headshot damage is greater than 150%. And so it's talking about your weapon damage. And so we really want the highest base weapon damage that we can get, and then start going into headshot damages and crit damage or whatever else you're going to do. As long as you meet your threshold. You have to meet your threshold 150%. Otherwise, you're just not getting the most out of this. And so I'm really, like, if I were to run this set, and I am interested in this set, but I'd be interested in that 2-piece bonus there. I really want that marksman rifle damage. And so it's going to conflict with my sniper builds, because I can run one piece of Araldi. What is Araldi giving us? Is it 10%? Isn't it? Let me find it. Yeah, so it is stronger than Araldi. So if we hide this, let me go ahead and equip that so that it sides. So it's stronger than Araldi. So Araldi is giving us 10% marksman rifle damage. And so if you look at this, that's 15% marksman rifle damage. I mean, I feel like they should sort of buff Araldi then, you know, because it goes 10-15, right? And this one goes 15-15. It's a little inconsistent. Maybe they need to drop the headshot damage. Not that I'm encouraging any sort of nerf, but there's a consistency thing here that's kind of weird. You got to see that, right? 15-15. And this one's got headshot damage too. The second attribute is 15% headshot damage, but it's only 10% marksman rifle damage. So I don't know. And so maybe they're saying, hey, well, since you have to run 2 pieces to get it, we'll give you an extra 5% bonus. Okay, I can see the logic behind that. But we do have a little bit of a consistency issue there. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but But either way, so I'd be after that. And so I'd run 1 piece of Araldi, 2 pieces Habsburg Guard, which I'll call HG, as soon as I can program my brain to do that. And so, yeah, 2 pieces of Habsburg Guard if I was going to run this set. And then I doubt I'll play too much into that status effects, because, I mean, couldn't you just roll 1 piece of Golan and get a better status effect attribute? Isn't that make that kind of a waste? Let me see if I got a Golan here, and then I'll show it. I should have a Golan floating around. Yo, I know where it is. It's on my holster. I think Golan is 15, isn't it? No, it's 10. Okay, it's the same. So flipping over here. So if I equip this, you can see Golan is 10%. So it's the same as a Golan. Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's good. That's good. Gives you an option. But it's also sort of pointless because of that, right? We already have, so it sort of doesn't really make sense to roll with 3 pieces, because you can just roll a Golan, 1 piece Golan. It's really easy to do that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why we need a unique 3rd talent there. So the 2 talent would, I get that, but that 3rd talent needs to be more unique. Because I could just roll 1 piece Golan. I mean, why would I? It's, you know, it's the same thing. I mean, I know there's a lot of things in this game that are like that, but that's the stuff that would help. I would think that would be really helpful if they thought about these things. Thanks, Wolfpack Gaming. Yeah, and as a reminder, just Wolfpack is mentioning that none of this is realized, finalized, right? So all of this stuff is subject to change. And another shout out to Bart Simpsonator in the PC Tux clan, the Tux PC clan, excuse me, for sharing these pictures out of the PTS. So I appreciate him for taking the time to do that. And but yeah, so I would love to see that status effect change. So again, it's about the synergy because of the gear sets giving us trauma and creeping death. And then we're going to get into the sniper rifle as well. That's doing a status effect, the new exotic sniper rifle. So there's some things going on here that where they're promoting a hybrid crowd control type sniper build. But either way, I would like a different stat there because it's too easy to just put on a Golan, you know. So I don't know what else I could put there. I mean, I would like to see a skill tier, to tell you the truth. Give me a freaking skill tier for running 3 pieces. I would love that way better than status effects. That would be powerful. Skill haste, I don't really care about that because again, I could run 1 piece of Brazos or 1 piece of Hannah. So anything that could just be replaced by just running 1 piece of a different, easy to acquire brand set is pointless at this stage. It's not adding to build diversity. Now, headshot damage and marksman rifle damage is an additional way of powering up your build, so that's good. But like if you wanted to reverse this gear brand set for your status effect builds, it's not going to be helpful. So you say, I want the strongest status effect build ever. I'm going to run the Vile Mask. I'm going to run a Golan. I'm going to run 2 pieces of Wyvern. And then what? You're going to run 3 pieces of HG? So you're going to run you're going to get headshot damage and marksman rifle damage just to get after an additional 10% status effect? Not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. You know? And even with the NinjaBike backpack, you know, playing a part in there, it wouldn't be worth it, right? Still have to run 2 pieces. So and you'd probably run out of gear slots in that scenario. I didn't even count. So it's just so I just think that they need to come up with something else there for that 3rd slot to make this more useful. But yeah, so let's hope that we think about that. Let's hope that the PC players give that kind of feedback. So they're the ones that are using this stuff and giving that feedback right now. And so we're relying on the PC players to do their diligence and to think about things like that. Otherwise, I doubt we will ever see anybody really play a 3 set here. You know, or I guess if you did, you know, then you add an additional goal in. You know, you could do that, right? And build, now you have 20% status effect. So, I mean, so if you're going to go down marksman rifle status effect road, then I could see the use case for it, you know. But improvised gear does the job for me. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. So that's one use case. And I don't like that. That we have one use case for that 3rd stat. Right, there's one use case, and it's marksman rifle status effect builds. So it'd be 2-piece HG or 3-piece HG, 1-piece Golan. So there's 4 pieces, and now you only have 2 pieces left. What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? A 2-piece Wyvern, I guess, right? Or a Hannah U and then, you know, an improvised or something. A Vile, probably the Vile, right? A Hannah U and a Vile. It'd be the other 2 options. So it's just like that. And so everything I just said is I mean, so you can have status effects everywhere, you know, with that setup. Yeah, all right, you know. But that's one build and then that's it. You know what I mean? Because it's tied to a marksman rifle and 3 pieces of HG to use that 3rd. Yeah. So anyways, but everything else looks great. That's my only feedback. I think, again, is let's rethink that 3rd brand attribute. And then I would love to see that core attribute go to weapon damage because we don't have that option yet for our hybrid builds. They're all coming with armor or skill tiers. So I would like to see that reversed. So let's take another look at the patch notes. So everything you saw there. So we got the perfect trauma and then the creeping death. And then I think looking at the images here, we'll look at these other weapons and stuff like that. So there's the perfect trauma chest piece, you know, nothing really to see there. Just a shorter cooldowns instead of 30 seconds or 20 seconds. So, all right, on to the patch notes. So let's look at the Hot Shot gear set, which I'm actually pretty excited about this. Yeah, for a lot of reasons. So this is really going to power up our sniper rifle builds. So the 2 pieces is going to give you 30% marksman rifle damage plus 30% stability. Now I'm interested in that 30% stability thing. We'll talk about that because I didn't see that anywhere, but maybe I'm missing it. So we'll take another look at the pictures. 3 pieces gives you 30% headshot damage. That's nice. So, you know, it's kind of going down the lines of aces here. Okay. But 4 pieces equipped gives you access to a new unique talent. Talent is called Headache. So first headshot with the marksman rifle will increase next headshot by 20%. Second consecutive headshot with the marksman rifle will give you 10% armor. So armor on kill. Well, wait, that's not a kill, right? That's just a headshot. Yeah. Right? That's insane. Okay, so we talked about this. This is entrenched. Sort of, right? It's like an entrenched thing. You don't have to be in cover. This is insane. This is insane. That sort of just kicked into me because, you know, I haven't had a lot of time to review this in advance just because this stuff is pretty new. So first headshot with the marksman rifle will increase next headshot by 20%. So you don't even got to kill with that, guys. That's just landing the shot. That's a big deal. No kill required. So just land a shot. The next one's going to increase by 20%. Second consecutive headshot with the marksman rifle will give you 10% armor. That's crazy, guys. You don't have to kill to get, that's not armor on kill. We were just saying this. People were asking last week, hey, what would you do with this? What would you do? What exotic would you have? I was saying, or gear set or whatever. I was saying, I want more bonus armor on kill. I love that in this game. But that's the easiest armor I've ever seen gained, right? 10% armor just for landing a shot? That's nuts, man. That's nuts. You guys have no idea. That is crazy. That's easier than imagine okay, so you know how we use these Hunter Fury builds, right? These Hunter Fury shotgun builds, Hunter Fury no scope White Death, 1886, Regulus builds. Just for landing the shot, you can get the 10% armor. You don't have to get the kill. And so you can go 10, 20, 30, 40. So imagine if you're up against a big chunga. Right? Or and you're pounding them on the head. 10, 20, 30. I mean, it might work a little bit differently here, but you know what I'm saying. So if at full armor will give bonus armor, max at 50% of your current value. So, okay, third consecutive headshot. So the second one is going to give you, so the first one's damage, the second one's armor, the third consecutive headshot will refill the magazine, and then I think it repeats the cycle. From the fourth headshot forward, agents will get 3 bonuses for each consecutive headshot. Oh, it gives you all 3. That's insane. That's insane. Think about that. Yeah, right on, Jeffrey Adams. You guys know me really well. Yeah, this is gonna be season of the Bandido, is what we're saying, for sure. For sure. There's so many builds for this. You guys just put away the marksman rifle damage thing for a minute, okay? Well, okay, here's what they need to change. They need to change this. There's some changes that they need to make, okay? And I'll tell you what that is in a second. But that's insane. So increase, this is gonna be a really good, from what I can see, like right out of the box, I'm thinking White Death, no scope, right? So that's insane. So marksman rifle will get 10% armor. That's just the damage, armor, and then automatic refill magazine, and then every shot after that gives you all 3. That's insane. Now, here's a couple things we don't know yet, and so we're gonna need to see some data in the testing range. Missing a headshot will reset the cycle. So what is a miss in this game, right? So there's some things like a miss. Is a miss landing on the body, right? Is a miss landing on the body, or is a miss shooting in the air? So those are different things, right? So if you, like when I have Headhunter active, like I don't mind missing in like where the bullets just go into the air, right? Or whatever. But what I do at all costs is avoid landing that on the body, because then I lose my Headhunter stack. But I'm not punished for a miss in the air. If that makes sense. And so I think with these patch notes, that's a big deal. So missing a headshot will reset the cycle. So what counts as a miss? So is it landing a body or anything? You know, landing in the air or landing on the body. So we got to see. That'll make a difference in how much we like this shot, like this setup. Because if shooting in the air counts as a miss, then this could be a little bit. It could be painful, right? It'd be really. It can be difficult to get that 3 thing. And you go on killing sprees for sure. But it makes it a little less reliable. Okay, so the backpack and talent. So like I do have pictures of this thing. Again, thanks to Bart Simpsonator. So here's what it looks like. So the little icons aren't final or whatever, the imagery. So, but you get the 30% marksman rifle damage right off the get-go. So that's beautiful. 2 pieces. I mean, so you might be able to, if you're running a NinjaBike backpack, you might be able to just run 1 piece of this, right? Am I getting that right? So run 1 piece of this with the NinjaBike, and then you get the 2-piece bonus. And so there's some confusion here. If you look closely, it says 30% weapon handling. You seen that? Look at that. So the 2-piece bonus, 30% weapon handling. Let's go back to the patch notes. It says 30% stability. Weapon handling and stability are, weapon handling is more encompassing. So stability is stability. Weapon handling has stability, accuracy, reload, weapon swapping, and I think that's it. So might be missing something, but I think that's it. So we would love the weapon handling. We would love the weapon handling because reload speeds on our weapons are a big deal. And so, but if it just came down to stability, we'd also be happy because think about the Dread Edict and our SVDs. And so, they mostly need stability repair, off of, handling would be great. But where the handling becomes useful is the reload speed. So I run weapon handling on a lot of my sniper builds. And the reason why I do is because of the bolt action snipers got quite a reload time. They're pretty slow, especially the White Death. It's 3 seconds. And I play up close and personal with my snipers. But either way, when you're killing and you want to keep your chain killing going and you're under pressure, you want fast reloads. And so that's a lot of the reason why, like on this chest piece, for example, my DNH chest piece, I'm running Headhunter. I go headshot damage and weapon handling. Headshot damage and weapon handling. It's not always about the accuracy and stability. A fast reload on some of these weapons is a big deal. You're already killing with a single shot, and so the more shots you can get out in less time, then the faster you're clearing content, and the more it's saving your life. And it's what allows you to get out there without a shield and sort of run and gun, so to speak, or shoot and scoot with your rifles or your pistols. So something to think about. So yeah, so that's something inconsistent there. So I don't know which way they're going to go. My guess, to err on the side of caution, they're probably going to go to stability. I think it's probably intended to be stability, but we'll see. But I would love to see weapon handling. That would be a real nice compensator. Maybe even for snipers, take out braced. The brace might not be an option for snipers anymore. All right, I'm Morton Ryberg. Appreciate you joining the stream, brother. Hey, Morton, do you know if with this gear set is a miss landing, if shooting in the air is considered a miss? That might be the same thing that you're saying, but just to confirm. But okay, yeah. So we need some clarification on stability and weapon handling. But I like to play it safe. And let's say that the goal with stability. We'll see how it pans out. But so the chest and backpack side of things, just like, you guys know by now that I'm a sniper guy. Needs to land a headshot to not miss. Appreciate that. Okay, cool. Okay, so you got to go all in on the head. So I'm really, I've heard feedback in this game where people say, oh, sniping in a Division 2 is not that great. But man, I love sniping in this game. I'm addicted to it. And I've been working on it, you guys know. So 51 in the world, and I'm on the Xbox platform. And so my goal was to get to top 50. And we're almost there. The game modes, of course, you don't get headshot. You don't get credits for your headshots, and I've been playing the game modes, so that's sort of put me behind schedule a little bit. But we're right there. So, and so I'm not really bragging here. What I'm showing you is like, I know my headshot builds. I play them all the time. They're my favorite in this game. Headhunter, the talent Headhunter is my favorite in this game, as a matter of fact. And I run it a lot with preservation on my weapon because the MMR class is so strong, and even the rifle class. And so like I run the 1886, I run a lot of the revolvers and even the D50 pistol, and I all put preservation on the weapon because in these classes the weapons are very strong. Also, they require an elevated accuracy, right? So you got to land your shots. It's the difference between life and death. And so I'm saying that because I'm looking at the backpack talents and the chest talent. So increased bonus armor for the chest talent, especially like increased bonus armor from 50 to 100%. I'm curious about that. And so on how much we'd actually use that, I like it. I like the idea of it. I don't know. We'll have to see how it pans out. But, you know, the headhunter talent it overshadows a lot about what's going on in this category, right? Like for pistols, for shotguns, for rifles, for MMRs, that headhunter talent is pretty strong. But you know what this might be good with? I was thinking about it, is the Virginian, right? So the Virginian is one of those, like, I don't like to pair up the Virginian with the headhunter because it's sort of like once the headhunter kicks in, the Virginian's talent, perfect boomerang, sort of becomes sort of useless because headhunter is doing all the work. And so this might be a good use case for something like the Virginian. And so, because the Virginian, you could play off the Virginian's power and then the talent headache, and then get out there and get some more bonus armor so you can shoot and scoot a little bit more. The backpack talent blessed, agents can miss a headshot before resetting the cycle. So that's giving you some grace. I'm sure some people will love that. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but I'm sure I wouldn't mind. But yeah, so that's really exciting for me. Year of the Bandido. Let's go. Okay, so let's talk about exotics. Oh, one more thing, one more feedback actually. Before this is one thing I wanted to say about Hotshot. All right, so when it comes to this brand set or gear set, excuse me, for this gear set, I would love to see marksman rifle, the word marksman rifle removed from the talent headache. Specifically, so first headshot with a marksman rifle. So that's what is currently hurting aces for our hybrid builds. And so I'm going to minimize this right now. And so that's why aces is becoming used less and less and less. And I don't even know if people are using it anymore. Most people are assembling their sniper builds without aces now. I think the only build that it really makes sense for is an SVD build, but most of us that are running our sniper builds, even in Legendary, are looking for, I think consistency really matters, or what's the word I want to look for? Reliability. But either way, a lot of people are running like the Regulus with like the Nemesis. I'll go ahead and keep the White Death on this, but like this Hunter's Fury build is really cool because what grows our build diversity in this game is when we have talents like Apex Predator that don't tie you to a specific weapon to get the bonus. That's a big deal in this game. Heartbreaker is like that too, right? So headshots applied. There's nothing that mentions in Heartstopper that it has to be a rifle or that it has to be an assault rifle. Now you're sacrificing your 2-piece bonus, and we're willing to do that with certain weapons and still use Heartstopper. Like there's some shotgun builds and some rifle builds that are decent with Heartstopper or whatever. That's just an example. But with Hunter's Fury, I mean, oh my gosh, I use Hunter's Fury with everything. I mean, one of my favorite, I use Hunter's Fury with a no-scope White Death. An 1886 Hunter's Fury build is amazing. How many of you have run a Chameleon Hunter's Fury build, right? The Chameleon Hunter's Fury build. And that's what adds to our build diversity. And one of the reasons some of these pieces, some of these gear sets are waysided is because they have specific words in the talent. It's the talent wording that needs the flexibility, and if we can get that with Hotshot, then we can get way more use cases out of it, a lot more build diversity out of it. And so first headshot, that's great. increases everything, whatever, missing shots, whatever. But the word marksman rifle, if we could take that out, imagine being able to apply this to your pistol builds. And so we're getting a new pistol, right? We're getting a new pistol in the game. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to run that pistol with this gear set? Be willing to sacrifice the 2-piece bonus, the marksman rifle damage at least. And so you're willing to do that so that you can get access to the talent for your pistol. Also for rifles. So wouldn't this be nice to be able to use the Doctor's Home? This gear set is absolutely great for the Doctor's Home. So Doctor's Home, we're having a hard time creating many builds for the Doctor's Home. I have several great builds for the Doctor's Home, but I got to say they're mostly solo builds, right? And one of the challenges is getting out of cover with the Doctor's Home, especially in legendary content where we really want to use this weapon, right? That's where we really want to use it. And so if we can get that marksman rifle word reviewed and removed so that we can use our rifles with this and our pistols with this, then that will give way more flexibility to that talent and more use cases and more builds. And, you know, who knows, we might see this on speed runs or whatever, because that bonus armor is going to be great. And a lot of guys like to use their, their Regulus, right? With Hunter's Fury. And wouldn't it be cool to see that Regulus with this hotshot gear set or whatever, the D50 or whatever. And so as a matter of fact, the build that I'm going to be showcasing today after the live stream, after the patch notes, is this Hunter's Fury build with this Magnum, because the new, one of the new pistols that's headed our way is, or the new pistol that's headed our way. Let me scroll to that. There it is. It's called the Prophet. And at the moment, it looks like it's going to be the Police Magnum. So 160 RPM, 6 in the mag. And if we take a look at my Magnum here, that's exactly what we have. So a little bit lower base weapon damage than what I have here. But that might just be the build, probably. So perfect focus. Yeah, so let's go back before we jump too far ahead. So let's go back into the patch notes and let's work our way there. But yeah, really cool. So I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about that. If you think that's a good idea or not, to remove marksman rifle from the talent, the word marksman rifle, so we can open that up to other builds. The NinjaBike messenger bag. Oh my Lord. Okay, so I opened up the stream with the words NinjaBike messenger bag, because I was saying, like, I've been the #1 requested exotic in the game, I think, right? So I was saying, like, you guys have no idea how many times people have said, hey, Tux, you know what we need is a NinjaBike messenger bag, NinjaBike messenger bag, blah, blah, blah. Always coming up. And yeah, so I think this is going to be a game changer, of course. And so one of the things we've been talking about a lot in here is how great the memento is, right? And also, but to flip that coin over, one of the biggest requests that I've seen over probably the last 2 years, the last 2 years, like throughout all the content slump, and now is we need to refresh our backpack talents and our chest talents. I mean, they are dated. They are dated. And so it's gotten to the point where I start running the memento on everything. You know, and it's just like, and I just wish we could get the developers to look at the metrics or somehow quantify how many of these things, how often these talents are used or not used, right? Like Energize is hardly ever used. And so it's just like, it's a waste, and it's a waste. And so when it comes down to it, a lot of these aren't used enough to even be in my library. Well, they're outshined by things like the memento, right? Like Unstoppable Force and whatever. And I get you know, there's some conflicts what if you're running the Coyote Mask and you can't even run the memento? Yeah, I get that. But, you know, we end up having our reliables, and some of these talents have just been outshined by other, by either the exotics or other new talents. Like one of those being like if we look on the chest side of things, like if we look at like Headhunter came in so strong that a lot of people used to run focus on their like Nemesis builds or White Death builds or whatever. And now nobody does that anymore. And so focus still has an application. Of course, we still run it all the time on our assault rifle builds and our SVD type builds and whatever. But you know, some of these I think just need a reapproach or refreshed. And I think that would just pump some life into this game because we get that request a lot. Like Reassigned is never used. Mad Bomber is rarely used. Spark rarely used, if ever. Protected reload, rare. You know, so some of these things is just are getting dated on this. And so it'd be nice to get a refresh on those. And I bring that up because we're getting this new backpack, this really great backpack, and it's given us another backpack option, finally. And I think everybody is celebrating this right now, right? So everybody is celebrating the NinjaBike backpack because you guys are just sick of seeing the memento on everything, right? So, like, I am purposely not putting the memento on builds, even though I know the memento is a better option, just to give you guys a different look, you know? And so I'm having to kind of go even more, get even more creative to use some of these talents that are starting to become dated, you know? And the devs have done a great job by giving us some pretty useful gear set backpacks that are starting to become more useful, like Striker. Like the Striker backpack used to be pretty worthless, and now the Striker backpack is great, right? So that's really cool. And the Heartbreaker backpack is great. The Umbra backpack is pretty great. So those all have use cases where you're like, yeah, I'll choose that over the memento. And so I like that. So they're doing a great job with the gear set. Going down the gear set road with the backpacks. And I'm not sure that the backpack talent for Hotshot is going to be strong enough, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, so how many of you are pumped about the NinjaBike messenger bag? Insane. No doubt, no doubt. Now, that's all we have for, well, that's our first exotic. Actually, let's take a look at the next one. So the next one is an exotic G28 marksman rifle. So, let's see, talent, the trap. Tags enemies when in scope, maximum 10. Killing any marked target with a headshot applies a 10-second burn status effect. I love burn status, by the way. And gives a 50% speed movement, decrease on all other targets, making them easier to kill, of course. Cooldown is 30 seconds. Killing another enemy with a headshot shortens the cooldown for 10 seconds. Targets are marked after 2 seconds in scope. So I do got a pick of this. Let's move over. There's not much to see. It's like basically what you see on paper because they're still working on the skin isn't revealed yet. That's the relic. There it is, the synchron. So it's called the trap. Talent's called the trap. So as you see, not much else to look at though. All the stats are pretty consistent. I think I have the stats here too. Yeah, so all the stats are consistent with what you would expect. I don't know if I like the swap speed thing. I hate when it's a big deal. I think our biggest disappointment, my biggest disappointment, and we talk about this a lot, but our biggest disappointment in the exotic category is always the mods in the secondary attribute. You know, where it's just like the one that we bring up a lot is the backfire, right? And so the backfire is like we always feel like we're compensating for the backfire. I don't have it, fortunately, in my inventory right now, but we're always compensating for the backfire because it lacks a very important feature for an SMG, and that's that burst damage because you want to be playing inside 15 meters, and it lacks that. And what they did is they gave us a crit damage mod, which is worthless on the backfire because the backfire gives us 200% crit damage, and the mod is like 5% crit damage. It's like, what? How did that get, like, what was the logic behind that, right? And then they give us, what is that, magazine size, which helps for the sustainable damage, but it's already a sustainable damage type weapon. And so we needed something like damage to targets out of cover or damage to armor to be in there, or I'd even take RPM there, you know, something to umph that upfront damage because it's painful. And so they're trying to minimize some reloads, so it's a little bit helpful there. But the swap speed, you know, that's just something, you know, I don't know. Anything but swap speed. You know what I mean? Anything but swap speed. I would be like damage to targets out of cover, damage to armor, You know, that's really important. We want to be hitting hard with our sniper rifles, with our MMRs. And the thing about this class, this is the G28 marksman rifle class, so it's a lower damage based MMR in exchange for a a greater RPM. But the mag is of course greater than what we're used to, like with our White Deaths or Nemesis. So it's interesting that they're giving us another like SVD like weapon. So the G28 does play out like the SVD, and we did get the Dread Edict in season 9, right? So this is going down that same road. Different thing though. It's sort of like I feel like if we run the Sacrum Imperium with the new gear set, Hotshot, it's sort of like running the blue screen. It's sort of like this blue screen Dread Edict hybrid concept, you know? And that's cool. I like it. Status effects are a big deal. We ran a status effect, a crowd control build yesterday with Guardians on Legendary, and we completed District Union Arena and Roosevelt Island with using crowd control builds. And we cleared it in, you know, standard times, you know, under an hour. And so status effect builds are a big deal for Legendary content. They really are. They make it a ton easier. So I like that. But with these weapons, we have serious ammo issues. And so I'm wondering, we'll see, and maybe Morton can help answer this question here for clarification purposes, but the third consecutive headshot will refill the magazine. Is that going to pull from our ammo inventory, or will it be outside of our inventory? Will that be fresh ammo? And I think the Dread Edict is fresh ammo. So anyways, so with these types of exotics, or with this type of weapon class, this type of marksman rifle, ammo is an issue. Now the G28 plays, it's a little easier to handle than the SVD, the Dread Edict, I should say. So it is a smoother rifle to use. And I went back and forth between the G28 marksman rifle and the SVD. So I created a ton of SVD builds for you guys, and I really enjoy them. I really enjoy the SVDs. Right on, Martin. It's good to know. Well, so I'm sure we'll see it in the testing range. So and so when I tested the SVD in the end versus the G28, when we were coming up with our SVD builds, I personally decided to lean towards the SVD. I just liked the weapon design better. And I'm talking about the recoil pattern. I thought they did a better job with that. It was just easier for me to control. But the G28 was just like right there with it. So it's just, you know, dealer's choice, I guess. So, yeah, and so I think that's just one of the things we're gonna have to consider here. And so it looks like, you know, you pair this up with Hotshot, then your handling issues should be resolved, whether they go handling or stability in the end. I think that the 30% should be enough to handle that. Right on, Morton. I was gonna say, you know, scrolling back up here, for the Hotshot gear set, I was gonna say, like, and I said this before the stream started, but imagine this gear set with the Dread Edict. Imagine the type of bonus armor and the armor that you can get with the Dread Edict here, you know? And it's giving you the 30% stability. The Dread Edict really needs that stability, right? Really bad. So, yeah, I'm excited about that. So that's what we have for exotics at the moment. Now, I have a suspicion there's an exotic we're not seeing yet. Just from what history has told us, we have gotten 3 exotics every season. Now, there's a possibility we're not doing that because one of the other patch notes that they've given us here is as they're opening up our abilities to get exotics that are otherwise locked. But I would like to know, is there a third exotic that we have not seen yet? Because we normally get 3 per season, and we're only seeing 2 at the moment. Also, Are you able to disclose, this one's coming to you, Martin. Are you able to disclose if any of these two are locked behind a manhunt? So that didn't go over so well last season. Didn't go over so well. Because, you know, I get the intent. You know, we want to get people to stay interested and get through the manhunt. But I think everybody really enjoys the manhunts anyways. I feel like the manhunt alone have been really good. And so I don't really think the exotic lock behind the manhunt is really adding any value to getting people to do the manhunt. Now, there used to be a skill there, right? And I wish we got that. And I understand that's a challenge. But we used to have skills that were delivered with every season, and I loved that. And I was really sad when that dropped away. So, right on, Morton. You're the man. No more exotics in the manhunt. All right. But we are only getting 2. Okay, confirmed. Appreciate that. All right, should we look at some named items? So we're getting perfectly focused. Killing an enemy with a headshot guarantees that the next headshot will be a critical headshot. Exclusive for pistols and rifles. So note that it does say rifles here. Big deal. That's great. And marksman rifles. So talent, perfectly focused. Killing an enemy with a headshot guarantees that the next headshot will be, well, it's the same thing. So you get it on the pistol, which is the 6.86 Magnum revolver. And I can give you a quick peek at what that looks like. And then the relic is the G28 marksman. So let's scroll back here and find these bad boys for you. So there's the Prophet. That's the Magnum. And let's see, I have that here. It looks like there's 2 mod slots, so it's consistent with what we have. So, oops, let me hide that and that. So there's the standard Magnum, right? So that's the standard Police 6.86, and so which has 2 mod slots. And from what we see here, we're getting the same thing. Everything looks consistent. Let's see. I have so pistol damage, headshot damage. Okay, so that's re-rollable, of course. Yeah, so everything's the same. Okay. And let's go back to the talent. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this focus talent. You know, so I use my pistols a lot. I might be one of the only people that uses pistols a lot in this game. I don't know. I love the pistols in the Division 2. I think they're really good. You know? I think the pistols in this game are absolutely fantastic. As a matter of fact, the Police Magnum used to be my favorite pistol outside of the Regulus. So the Regulus is its own animal, and it's amazing. The Busy Little Bee, also amazing. Love it. Great job here. The 5.86 Magnum and the 6.86 Magnum play out the same to me. So very, very similar weapons. They handle the same. I think we did do a side-by-side, and we couldn't really find a difference. I think they pretty much played out the same. And so they stagger the same, but everything ended up being the same. And so these are all great weapons. And the D50, once I turned off aim assist, really became my go-to after the Regulus. And I even love the, I don't have it here, but the Deseros, the TDI card, the Orbit. These are all excellent weapons. I even use the snub-nosed Deseros, the smallest gun in the Division 2. And I turned on 10 directives and ran up the summit with it on heroic. So great job with the pistols. And so if you didn't know, you get they come with a very strong headshot damage. They give you an extra 100% in this category. So that's part of what makes them strong. So although they're missing that core attribute that you see on the other weapon classes, the second core attribute, they make up for it with the headshot damage. So really strong. As a matter of fact, what you're seeing is one of my favorite builds to run. And this is the build that I'm going to be showcasing for you to celebrate the pistol category, to show you what we got coming down the road is an excellent thing for this game. And I've always been encouraging you guys to use pistols more and more because they are great, and I know they rely on landing shots, but that's important, right? You got to get there. But yeah, this is a very important. I don't want to say important build, but a very strong build. It's used to solo legendary. It's used to speed run legendary, and it's excellent for heroic content. So for the speed runs, they normally take out the memento, and you can they put the D&H on the backpack, and then you would run chain killer on the chest. So what I gotta say though is this perfect. Now let's get into the talent. Okay, so the weapon is great. This is a great choice for the weapon. But if we go back to this, actually, let's look at the notes. The talent, perfectly focused. One, I don't like the name. I think that's going to cause confusion with the other focus that we have on the chest. So I would it would be interesting to get a rework there on the name. Appreciate you swinging by, Morton. Thanks for answering our questions. You're the man. So the name perfectly focused is like, that's going to be a conflict because when we're talking about builds, we're gonna be like, when I said focus, you know, because sometimes we go, okay, we're running focus, we're running headhunter, and we're running or whatever focus, and we're running adrenaline rush. Oh, and then when I said focus, I didn't mean perfectly focused on the chest. I meant perfectly focused on the weapon, and so that's going to cause confusion, right? And so, you know, a different name than the word focused would be cool here, especially since it's a completely different thing. Oh, right on. Appreciate you, Morton. Okay, we're working to that. So it looks like they're examining that too. But otherwise, I'm a little bit iffy on the damage thing here too. So if we let's take a look. So the next shot will be a critical headshot. So, especially for this for this class. Okay, so let me go into, maybe it's easier to demonstrate this into the testing range. So I'm going to showcase you guys this in the testing range here. But with these pistol builds, like what we often do is Headhunter as a chest talent is I'm going to put on just a regular chest. Let me see if I have something here. Vigilance is fine. We just need whatever. It's fine. Just as long as we have vigilance. And so what ends up happening, like, let's just run an elite and then let's put them at 5 meters. And so like we don't really, we start to not worry about crits, and that's because Headhunter takes over. Like, so the next shot, like, I don't really care about the crit part, you know? And so we as we get our buffs and we start to buff up, these enemies just start dying in a single shot, you know? And so the crit part, like, and you can run crits on these builds, but we start running just headshot damage and weapon handling everywhere, you know? And so that's the part that I'm not sure that crits will make sense. So maybe it won't. We'll see. Because if we're running Headhunter, like I said, like with this pistol is strong enough to run Headhunter. Let's go over here actually. And so I'm thinking like it's not going to be strong enough to be worth it. Like, I mean, the next shot is a guaranteed crit. And the interesting part is like it says on the body too. So reading that language, it tells me that even if you hit the body, actually we don't need very hard. We just need hard. I need a mix of enemies. So let's do that. So some of these enemies are going to be outside of the range of And so I guess what I'm saying is that's with preservation on here, so we have no damage talent. But what if we isn't close and personal just gonna play out better? I mean, these pistols, look at the damage drop off, right? Look at the damage drop off. You're obviously playing inside. And what's really cool is like with Headhunter, you can actually snipe at these things. You really can. You can tag an enemy and take him out from like 50 yards. So it is possible. But for the most part, we're gonna be playing inside 15, and unfortunately, that range is too far out. And so let's take this back to. Oh, that wasn't named. I didn't mean that. Let me go back to just elite. Okay. I mean, that's a preservation right there, right? And so I'm wondering, like, wouldn't just 30% from close and personal just, you know, do better than the guaranteed crit thing? But because I'm never going to be going for the body. I don't want to go for the body because I'm running Headhunter. And so it's the pistol that's sort of dictating that. Now, if we had a pistol with the mag, one of the lower end ones, which I don't have, but like the TDI card, let's just say, like if we were running this one, like it's not going to really be a headshot build, but since it's a 6.86, like Magnum, like I run headshot builds with this pistol all the time and I really enjoy them. And like one of the ways to do it actually is to use the TAC 50, get your Headhunter proc, and then go around one-shotting everything. Apparently it's not doing that right now. I don't know why. But very fun build to play. So I do like the pistol. I do like the class. I don't know. We'll have to see. I really, yeah. I just don't know what to make of that talent yet. So I don't know what my feedback is, but I am worried about whether it's going to actually be useful. Will be a guaranteed critical headshot on the next shot. And this is the perfect version. So the non-perfect version is going to be more difficult. I imagine it's going to require more headshots before you get the crit. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Perfectly focused on the relic. So that's the G28. So let's take a look at that. I can see it being a little bit more useful on the relic. What do I use? Yeah, I mean, right now with the ammo being an issue, I've been saying like on my SVDs, and I don't have one right here with me, unfortunately, but on my SVDs, like I prefer the SVD with Lucky Shot. It's like the best way to go just because you don't have to worry about your ammo. And so if we had ammo issues, if we're going to have ammo issues, which we would with the G28, then I don't think I'd run this perfect version. It's going to come down to that. But it is a little bit more practical for a rifle and a G28. Like, what are our other options? What would we run? So we got Ranger with its amp damage. There's Boomerang. So I'm thinking about rifles also, not just marksmans. So Focus might be really good for rifles though, right? What do you guys want? Rifleman? Rifleman's pretty damn good. You know what I mean? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Perfect Focus. I wish it stood out to be a little bit stronger. I guess I would say it's kind of sitting in the middle of the road for me. But yeah. So after killing an enemy, the headshot to the next shot landable on an enemy will be a guaranteed headshot. So even if you shoot the arm or the leg, there's a placeholder. I see here. There's an asterisk. So appreciate that. On the name is temporary there, so it might not be called Focus. I like that. Smart. Okay, so PvP quality of life changes. Lower skill tier players can no longer use jammers against higher skill tier players. Okay, that's cool. Fiction issue. So you guys know what we're talking about. So if you got no skill tiers and you come against a 6 skill tier player, you can take out their skill. So they made that not possible. So fiction issue with the shrapnel trap, which has been an issue since since inception, right? So cool. Exotics that are otherwise exclusive. Okay, here's a big deal. So this has been a big topic, right? We've been talking about this. So exotics that are otherwise exclusive to a specific content source are available as random contaminated drops in the DZ. What do you think about that? So the Ravenous, the Bighorn, and the Eagle Bearer are now DZ items. Yeah, you got a good point, Rich. You got to get out of the testing range. The testing range is very limiting. That's right. So it's a big deal. This is a big deal, and I'm gonna tell you guys, and you might not agree with me. That's totally cool, but I like this. I like this, especially the Eagle Bear. Now, the bighorn is not a big deal. It's not that the bighorn's not that rare, right? You play enough legendaries, you can get the bighorn in the summit. It's really easy to get. It's actually pretty easy to get. Now, if you play legendary missions, it's a little bit harder because strongholds, because they're longer and your chance of getting it is usually at the end, and there's a rare chance to get it anywhere else until you get to the end. So, but if you go into the summit, I mean, you'll get 8 or 9 of them. You know what I mean? Just if you play it regularly enough. Either way. But the Eagle, it's about time. It's time. You know, you got to unlock these things over time. The Eagle Bear is old as crap, guys. It's old. It's got a long gray beard. You know what I mean? And so, but here's a discussion. It's about time, really. It's about people saying, you know, nobody's going to raid anymore. Or is that really true? I mean, I like most of the people in the clan that raid aren't raiding for the exotics. I mean, it's always fun to get one at the end, and they're still going to get one at the end, but they already have the exotics. People that raid aren't raiding for the exotics anymore, right? And the ones that do are raiding just for the exotics. Many of them never raid again once they get their exotic. They get their exotic, and you did all of that hard work to help them. I feel like it's going to clean things up, you know? I feel like it's going to clean things up. I feel like when we take that element out where these people will be like, hey, will you carry me through a raid to help me get the exotic? And then I'm going to take that exotic and never talk to you again. It's going to end that, you know, you'll be like, nah, just go through the DZ, you know, just go to the DZ and get it, you know, or those, and it's going to split the people those that just want the exotic. And then there's those that are earnestly wanting to raid. And I think those people are always I don't think we're going to lose those people, you know? And that's true. Yeah, that's a good point, Wolfpack Gaming. So he said they are somewhat Dark Zone items according to the developers. The Ravenous and the EB will only have 5% drop rate, while raids, they will have increased drop rates from 10 to 15%. So that's a good point. And it's I've always felt like it's pretty easy to get these raid exclusive exotics. I mean, it didn't take me any time to get my Eagle Bear. I think it was like the second time I opened the box, I got mine. Same thing with the Ravenous. You know, it's all RNG. It's all chance, though. But yeah, you still need to raid for the Regulus. There's some known issues here where it's dropping unintended in the Dark Zone. I thought I read that somewhere. Yeah. So Regulus and a Nemesis have a chance to drop in the Dark Zone, not intended, and will be removed. So, you know, so that you're going to see that in the PTS. So remember, you'll see things in the PTS that it's not real. Okay, so and I just don't know how. You got to understand that what you see in the PTS is not actual. It's a testing environment. So you're going to see an increased exotic drop, and people start talking about it like, oh my God, it's raining exotics. Of course it is, because they want you to test the exotics. You know, they want you to test. So it's going to be raining all the exotics because they want you to run the Backfire with Hotshot. They want you to run the Dread Edict with Hotshot. They want you to run the Ravenous and the Regulus with Hotshot. But in Season 10 PTS, all right, you started to see people saying, oh my God, it's raining exotics because exotics were dropping everywhere. And so they thought that the code was broken and the game was broken and whatever. No. It needs, you only have 2 weeks, right? The PTS is only 2 weeks. So you don't want to be farming to test. And so they want everything to come very easy. So, yeah, anyways, so yeah, I don't know. I know we got a split community on that, but I mean, for one, I think it's just time, you know, that the Eagle Bear and the Ravenous became more available. I mean, I don't do Eagle Bear builds, even though I have 2 Eagle Bears, and, you know, just because I know a lot of the community doesn't have them. And you're saying that, and I think the argument is that, well, you take away the Eagle Bear and then nobody's going to do the raid. Well, like a very small percentage of the community does the raid. And I don't have any current stats on that, but the old stats were like 1% of the community had ever completed a raid. And that was during the heyday of the Division 2. And so I got to imagine it's less now, right? I don't know. But I just, you know, we see people wanting the Eagle Bearer, and then they'll come and join our raid teams, and they'll get their Eagle Bearer, and they'll never raid again, you know? But a lot of people, then there's the other people that are constantly raiding, and they do it for the enjoyment, the pastime, the hanging out with their friends, that side of it. And I think, and so that's why the raids are never going to go away. There's too many people that the ones that do raid are doing it just for that, you know? I'm thinking those people with 1,000 clears. I mean, you know, they don't play any other part of the game, and they have all their friends that are joining them. And you know, I don't know. I don't really think it's gonna hurt the raids, but. And of course, Dark Hours is preserved because of that Regulus. It's locked behind a quest. But it would be cool to see new exotics locked behind the raids. But the raid exotics, I mean, how much have we seen people just pissed off because these guns are locked behind raids? I mean, there's a lot of the community that are upset about that. And they're like, oh, I'm never going to raid. I'm never going to raid. And that's why those websites exist, the booster websites, right? And people will be like, I'd rather pay literally $150 for that exotic than raid, because I don't have the time to go into a community and say, hey, will somebody carry me? And they'll be like, yes, get in line. And then once you get to the front line, you better be ready. And then I'm going to make you wear a build that maybe you don't have. And then I'm going to have to, and then I'm going to teach you to do things. And you don't want to learn because all you want is your exotic, and then you want to go. And so that's why people use the booster sites. And I get it. I'm not a big fan of the booster sites, but I understand why they exist. And I understand why somebody would use real money to buy an exotic. What they don't know is that the exotic may not be worth it. You know what I mean? And so that's the sad part, is like, I wouldn't pay for the Eagle Bear, but for the Regulus, oh yeah, I'd pay for that Regulus. If I was in that predicament, hell yeah, best gun in the game. I would buy a Regulus. Save me hours of work, you know? Yeah, and our clans hand out the exotics. That's why they do it, right? So our clans carry people and they hand out the exotics. Everybody's got them. Everybody's got them. But it doesn't mean people are willing to raid, right? They're just people that just don't want to. There are people that do not want to get on comms. There's people that don't want to get on comms, right? They don't want to get on a headset. They don't want to talk to anybody. They're not playing this game to do that, you know? They'll join up on people in Legendary. They'll join up on people on some missions. But for the most part, there's a big solo player base here. Huge solo player base. And so those people want these guns, and they feel like they're inaccessible unless they have to group up, but they don't want to group up. You got to understand that, right? There's a big portion of people that play video games not to socialize. They do it to escape it, because maybe they're socializing all day. Maybe they're at work talking to hundreds of people. Maybe they work at the DMV and people are just constantly nagging at them, and they don't want to come into the game to hear somebody's BS on comms or even the happy talk or small talk. They don't want to do that. They just want to, you know, they just want to come on and veg out, so to speak, or just get immersed into the game and not want to communicate. And I'm one of those people. I am. And you probably like, that's crazy. You're not one of those people. I see you playing with people all the time. I do, but I don't like to get on comms. You guys don't know, like, and when I'm streaming, obviously it's different. We're communicating, we're hanging out, but I'm like, as a gamer, my gamer side of me, like, I want to turn up my surround sound. I want to pump my music. You guys know I have my gamer music playlists. And I want to jam out, man. I get in the zone. I go on killing sprees with my music. And when I'm playing in a raid or in a group, they're like, "Hey, who's got their music on in the background? Who's got the surround sound?" I'm like, "Oh, that's me. Let me turn off my surround sound. Let me mute my music so I can have conversations that aren't, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't want a game. You know, I want a game. I want to get in the mode. I've worked all day, man. I just want to chill." You know, and so you got to say there's people like that. Some people are like that some days, and some people want to get on comms other days. But my point, okay, is that there's a huge community that's never gonna raid. It's never gonna raid, and they don't care if the raids collapse. You know what I mean? Because they're never gonna play them. But the raids are important. I enjoyed the raid, especially Iron Horse. I really enjoyed Iron Horse. I think it's a great raid. I think they did a really good job with it. It's fun. I think Dark Hours is a little redundant. It's older. It's, you know, you can run through it pretty quickly, obviously. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. So but it's good. It's a great raid. I mean, it's just older, obviously. So, you know, there's people out there with 2,000-3,000 clears on that thing. You know, you don't think it's time to cough up that exotic? I don't know. It's aged. I think that about everything, though. You know what I mean? I think at a certain point, everything should start to become a little bit more accessible, and so that we can turn our focus to newer things. And hopefully that new game mode coming down the road. But okay, let's take a look back at the patch notes. Sorry, I know, you know, that's just my opinion. So I just think, you know, the exotic weapons, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get more people into the dark zone. There's a, you know, you guys, how many people go into dark zone now? I wouldn't go into the dark zone for the Ravenous or the Bighorn. Maybe for the Eagle Bearer, but again, it's only a 5% chance, so it's still going to be a grind in there. And so you're talking about a lot of time in the dark zone. So, you know, hopefully that works. Hopefully that helps drive some dark zone people. But there's still a lot of people that say, I'm never going to go into the dark zone. you know, it doesn't matter if you stick up whatever exotic you want. I'm still not going in there. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. But the same thing, you know, the dark zone is being abandoned. It's abandoned. It's, you know, depending on what platform, it's ghost town in there. So, you know, shifting a little love there isn't going to be the worst thing for the game, I guess. Oh, known issues. The PTS crafting cache does not mention the new TU17 gear in its content description. Okay. The focus and perfect focus sounds exclusive for pistols, rifles, and marksman rifles displaying incorrect naming, focus, and perfect focus. Okay, got it. The focus, okay. Talents are not activating on a new equipped item with the same talent. Okay. The trap talent on the Sacrum Imperium exotic marksman rifle has a placeholder thumb down. Yep, we saw that. Exotic marksman rifle has a skin slot. Oh, okay, cool. But it's not going to be there. Placeholder icon instead of the Habsburg Guard brand set icon. Yep, we saw that. Exotic weapons that, okay, so this is the Nemesis and the Regulus are dropping. That's going to, in the dark zone, that's not going to be there. Hotshot gear set. The buff to the next headshot granted by the headache talent is not lost upon missing your next headshot, even if the icon under the agent's health bar disappears. The player can miss however many headshots they want. The next headshot will have increased damage. Does not apply to the buffs from the second or third consecutive headshot. The buff to the next headshot granted by the headache talent is applied to whatever weapon the player may swap to, regardless of the weapon type, even if the talent icon under the agent's health bar disappears. The buff also applies to the special weapons. Huh. So I don't think it's going to apply to the special weapon, even though it's a marksman rifle. Because it says right here, the buff also applies to special weapons. So I don't think this will work with the TAC 50. That sucks. I think it needs to work with the TAC 50. I think it needs to work with the TAC 50. That's a marksman rifle. I hate that they treat the TAC 50 differently. You know what I mean? They do that. I mean, it's a special weapon, and so, you know, but like, you can't, like, this should, like, Araldi should buff this, you know? It's just like, I hate that they treat it differently. 2.6, and like, if we put on 511, I mean, that's going to drop it because it went to a red, but if we put on Grupo, 2.6. So it didn't matter, we were running Araldi. Oh. And so that bugs me. That really bugs me. I think that the new brand set, gear set, should apply to the TAC 50. just like explosion damage applies to the grenade launcher, you know? I don't know. Not the same, but yeah. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. But based on this, it's saying that, you know, the buff also applies to special weapons. They're basically saying that's a bug, right? So you can rotate weapons and you're going to carry that damage talent. Okay. The headshot damage bonus from the headache talent may not reset after missed shots. Okay, we got that. If a player equips 4 pieces of the hotshot gear set before equipping the hotshot vest, the stand tall chest piece talent will not function. All right, these are all gonna be fixed, so whatever. The lucky talent does not function if the hotshot backpack is not among the first headshot. Okay, dies are not equipped applied. Okay, yeah, we don't really care about the bugs. They're saying they know the issue. This is for PTS people, you know. So everybody that's in the PTS just needs to be aware of this and make sure they cover their testing accordingly. That's basically what that means. But yeah, really interesting. Really interesting. I don't know. So yeah, a couple of things I hope get reworked. You know, I think the biggest one is I like the new hotshots. I think it's going to be great. The gear set. I just think that if we can get them to look at that talent and make it more useful to other weapons. So if we can use a sniper rifle or not a sniper rifle, I guess is what I'm saying. Like a regular rifle and run hot shots, that would be great. That's what I want to see. What am I running? Crits. It shouldn't be crits. We don't want crits. Okay. That's why we weren't one-shot killing. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I wasn't running crits this whole time. Let's move over our... So I'm gonna put on this build as a demonstration, because it's got similar qualities, and it's one of the best builds in the game. It's this Hunter's Fury with headshot damage, and again, it's used for like raids, not raids, legendaries, speed runs. It's really good. So I'm gonna put it back together here. So I run the White Death here, and then we can put the rifle there. Yeah, wouldn't a Virginian be really good? Yeah. And pistols too, and so that's what I was thinking. I was just like, because it would be a good Regulus build. It'll make a great Regulus build. Actually, I'll run the Regulus first, so you can see what I'm talking about. And I'm gonna run 2 skill tiers here, all right? And so, because we have so much damage on heroic, you can get away with running 2 or even 3 skill tiers. And so, and then I'm gonna run this big shield. And so you don't need to worry about it being a really strong shield, because the enemies are dead before they can really shoot at you. So I mean, that's the idea here. Just kill them before they kill you, kind of thing, right? And since it only takes 1 shot, it should be successful. Let's take a look at this music. Let's reset this music. You know, 511's on the map. You know, you can be farming some of that. Okay, so this is how the build works. So we're rolling into the pistol here. You can also do Walker and Harris here if you want to. But really, we're going to be using the TAC 50 to proc Headhunter, and then we're going to be running around with the pistol anyway, so it's sort of the same. So 1,250% is going to be the buff from our buff cap, basically. And so you want a 150% headshot damage, and so we're looking, we should be good on all. Oops, I went defense. I'm going to do that again. There we go. So 222 on that. That's with the no scope. So obviously we're in a scope. You can go higher. 145 on that, which is a little low. And then the pistols we're really after, which is 180 with the Regulus. So that's over the cap. And so we got an extra skill tier. That's for the riot foam. So the riot foam just cuts down on the BS, so we can riot foam fools. It's only got an 8-second duration, but that's long enough to one-shot, one kill. And then this is gonna buff that even more, the 30% skill efficiency. And everything's just headshot damage. Well, not that one. That needs to be headshot damage. So there we go. Headshot damage. Headshot damage. And I usually run armor with this too. That needs to be headshot damage. I didn't roll that. Damn it, I should have re-rolled that. That's all right. We'll get away with one crit. We'll be overpowered anyways. Yeah, I'm farming 511 because of I'm just doing a legendary build test with it. Show you guys what's up. That part of the discussion is kind of like, ooh, there's a deer. Prox Headhunter, you see that? So the deer, we got a Headhunter buff. Isn't that funny? Did you know you can do that? All right, so basically what I'll do is I'll pull out the TAC 50 and then I'll proc that. And then what we're gonna do is just run around with our pistol. All right. And so this is what I want to be able to do with the new gear set. So the new gear set will give us the armor on kill and bonus armor both, right? So let's get into a better position here. Ah. Damn it. We're getting chased down. And let me just kill myself. It'll go faster. I don't have any armor either. So I normally run at least another armor core. But I just want to show you real quick and then we can optimize this build. The reason why you want to run the armor core is because we are running the memento. And so you're picking up bonus armor. And so imagine this build. And I'm going to switch to the Police Magnum also. And so that's why I would like to see that focus talent changed. You know, the pistol talent changed. Because after a while, the crit, I mean, after you get your first skill, crits don't matter. I mean, and there might be some applications to like guaranteeing like a kill on a boss, and so I can see that, but none of it's gonna beat this weapon. And the people that play that way usually have the Regulus. Don't you think? People that are doing one-shot boss kills usually have the Regulus. Oh, really? Walk right into a fire puddle? There's a little delay in the skill. And everybody's like, the map is all red everywhere. It's like, I don't know where anybody is. It's just red everywhere. Oh, there's somebody. Yeah, so but I think that's my biggest thing about the gear set. Everything else looks cool, and then the hot shots. And I would like to see, again, like I said, like a better backpack talent. I like that they're putting. Okay, one good thing is that they're putting the bonus armor on the chest. That's good. We don't have a lot of bonus armor chest options, so that's decent with this hotshot gear set. I still don't know if it's going to give me a reason to use it over a Headhunter. I mean, the downside is like we got. I mean, think of the the competition in the chest for marksman rifle builds. There's some serious competition, so they might want to flip that, you know, because I mean, are you gonna run the bonus armor or are you gonna run perfectly focused? You know what I'm saying? Perfectly focused is a big deal on that G28, and I mean, and I'm talking about the chest talent perfectly focused. That's a big deal. And so I don't know if I would choose the bonus armor. Wouldn't be worth it because I'm playing from cover anyways, you know. It is the G28 with the scope. You know, so if I'm running this, look at these fucking turrets, huh? Double turret down? Jesus Christ. So I mean, maybe they need to move the bonus armor to the backpack. You know, however, imagine, I mean, so here's the other side of that. Like if we, and it depends on the weapon, like if we can use rifles with that or pistols with that, imagine running the bonus armor on the chest and then the memento along with the memento. That'd be like, whoa, we're getting tons of bonus armor. Either way, it's in conflict because headhunter on the chest. So I'd either run headhunter perfectly focused over that gear set chest piece. And then you got braced on top of that. And you might not need braced according to the way they got it worked right now. So that's good. Braced might be obsolete for marksman rifles with that gear set. That's not a bad thing. But yeah, the backpack, I think they need to rework the missing thing too. I think it's pretty, you know, the whole missing shots and then all resets. I mean, that's a tall order, man. Those G28s, like, especially like if you're looking at it from the perspective of the new named weapon or exotic. Like, the high RPM marksman rifles are just not really accurate. And they got a lot of RPM, and so you really want to spam that weapon. That is the way you want to play that thing. You don't want to like slow down to be really careful. I mean, it's got an RPM. Like the point is to not slow down, to speed up. And so for every, like, basically with the SVD, like if you look at it with the Dread Edict, like with every, and you can't slow down and like, but for the most part, like for every 2 body shots, you're landing 1 headshot, you know, basically. You can chain kill with it. You can run chain killer with that build, with that weapon. But you're slowing down, and so it's okay. But I find this more fun to speed up, which is why I like Lucky Shot with my SVDs. Because I can speed up, not worry about ammo, and just wham on that head. It is based on how skilled they are. That's true. So Rich is saying, Yannick said the community wants to make the player more powerful. And then Sebastian is saying it's how powerful a player feels is based on skill. I somewhat agree with that. The counter to it would be, though, like, it's ridiculous. I mean, how powerful, like yesterday when we were playing against the rogues, right? And we had this rogue. They already have like crazy armor, right? They already have crazy high armor. And we had this rogue, he pulls up his deflector and now he's 100% immune to my bullets. I mean, that doesn't make me feel powerful at all. Those are the little things. The little things, you know? I mean, think about when you're having the most fun in this game. And do you think like, would it be a turnoff, a game turnoff, if the game is like Golden Bullet more? Would that bore you in the long run? I don't know. A lot of games are designed that way, right? A little more mass effect, mass killing effect, like faster, you move faster through the game because of that. Games like Outriders is kind of like that, right? Just running around killing hundreds of bugs. You know, I mean, maybe that's more of an extreme situation, but I just think that they really need to look at the scaling at least, you know? I think that's the one thing they could fix. It'd be like, okay, add a 4-man heroic. Did they have to be, you know, that tanky? Shouldn't we be rewarded for grouping up, not penalized? We're penalized for grouping up. And I think there's a lot of players in this game that don't group up because, and I'm one of them, because of how you're penalized for having 4 players. It's like, I don't want 4 players in my game, you know? I don't want 4 players. I'll take 1, I'll take 2, I'll take a total of 3, but I don't want 4 players in my heroic content. It makes the game feel shitty. It's a shitty game when you play with 4 players. Legendary, I'm not talking about Legend. Legendary is fine. Legendary is fine. They don't need to do anything to Legendary. I mean, maybe control those drone operators a little bit better, but like, you know, Legendary isn't so bad with scaling wise. And if you look at the scaling numbers, the old data, people have measured this scaling stuff and it's pretty decent. It doesn't scale as much in Legendary. That's my point. Okay, so now we're gonna. So you kick it off with your D50 or your attack 50, sorry, and then normally I'd even be running more armor than this. I'm getting hammered in the back. It's not gonna go well. Unless you get it. Yeah. Oh, they had a hornet's nest. Let me fix my build. Let me fix it. Yeah, I mean, it's like the new season is going to start early February, probably around the February 4th day. I'm not looking at a calendar, but the PTS usually runs 2 weeks. So, and then there's usually a week of gap in between, right? And so that takes us all through next week, all the week after. And so, and then the following week starts at the end of the month, which is the 30th. So that'd probably be the gap week. And then, you know, probably the end of the first week of February. Now, sometimes they can cut it a little bit closer. It depends on how things are going on their end. So, talking to you there, PVT. Private loser? Private loser! That reminds me of Full Metal Jacket, your name. Okay, so we were going to fix this holster. And then we needed to add, I usually run one armor core if I can figure out which piece will take it. I usually have one of these open for an armor. Must be on my other character. That's fine. What we'll do is we'll run. Well, I want to keep my D&H chest. I can run the chain killer. I can put armor here, but the one armor core is going to give us that shielding that we need to take more damage in the back. And I'm afraid it's all on my other character. I got armored Hunter's Fury pieces. Let's see. I'm just not seeing it here. Let me just go get it. Let's go get it. I need to grab an aces piece too so we can look at aces and talk about aces a little bit. Will aces, the question of the day, will aces be outdated? Will Aces be more unusable than it already is? And if so, do they need to address that? Pull on its way.
Safe area entered.
All right. So this is my fourth character. She hosts all of my gear sets, as you can see, and she's usually pretty full. And so the reason why she's not full is because I have some of those gear sets on my other character that I'm using. But otherwise, she's full, and she's going to get more full as more seasons roll out, right? So as a matter of fact, I need to push these pieces back over, you see? And she's about to fill up more. These pieces I'm not using. She fills up pretty quick and often spills over to my other characters because of that. Yeah, I don't think we need these Heartbreaker pieces over here because we're running an all red Heartbreaker build and that felt really good, didn't it? You guys like that build? That build cut things down. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I've never been a fan of 4-piece aces. Never. Never been a fan of it. So I'm gonna grab a piece here. Aces, there we go. So 15% marksman rifle damage. That alone is already dated. Can we look? Okay, so 15%. Let me just go and equip it. So 2 pieces and give you 15% marksman rifle damage. Let's look at the new gear. Here's the new gear. Let's toggle over to the gear set. There, 30% marksman rifle damage. 30. 15. 30. Okay, 2 pieces is going to give us 30% headshot damage. Okay, so they flip that, and this one gives you 30% headshot damage for 30 pieces. So yeah, and this one's already better. It's going to give you weapon handling, and on top of that marksman rifle damage, it's way better to run 2 pieces. I mean, the hot shot, 2 pieces of hot shot is going to be on every sniper build. Because why would you let go of that weapon handling? Holy shit, that's a big deal, guys. Damage aside, you can get the damage plus weapon handling. And aces is just give 2 pieces of aces is simple 15% marksman rifle. Yeah, already garbage. However, imagine 2 pieces of hot shot, 1 piece aces, NinjaBike backpack. And then I'd probably run the Picaro's holster and 1 piece of Raldi. Oh, holy shit, right? This is going to be a really strong build. Walker and Harris chest piece, and then I think we're full, right? That would be the build. I don't know if that's worth it though. I mean, would you really run the NinjaBike backpack for 15% marksman rifle damage? You know? But it would also help the other brand sets, of course. So it would give us the Walker damage to armor. What is 2-piece Walker? Is it Walker damage to armor or damage to health on the second one? I can't remember. I think it's damage to armor. So we'd get damage to armor out of that. So yeah, you know, it'd help other things too. We'd only have to run 3 pieces of hot shots, not 4. Yeah, that's interesting. A lot of things, you know.
Can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Oops, sorry about the alerts. I'm getting bombarded. They all come at once. Anyways, so that's aces. I used to run 3-piece aces. I've started to look away from that. And so let's grab what we're here for, though. We were looking for Hunter's Fury Armored with headshot damage, which I should have plenty of. So that one's a skill tier. We'll take it. Then stick the knees to skill tier. That should be enough. Yeah, no, well, Tip of Spear is designed for every special weapon. I just like it better with sniper builds. And that's just because attack 50 I feel like is much more effective of a special weapon than all of them. You know, if you're gonna roll into it, if you're gonna dedicate pieces to a special weapon, specialization weapon, then TAC 50 is the one. Okay, so all of them are useful, but not worth rolling into. I mean, there's a quasi benefit to your primary weapon too, so we got to remember that. But like the TAC 50 marksman rifle combo is so nice compared to, like, you know, the grenade launcher isn't that helpful. I mean, the minigun isn't that helpful. You got to get out of cover and you could die pretty easy. And then it's also slow burn when it comes to time to kill. The crossbow is really good for chungas and breaking armor plates, except I wouldn't roll into it for that because you just don't encounter that many chungas, you know? All right, so we got everything we needed for this build. Let's swap it up. So we just need a better Hunter's Fury. All right. So this holster had to swap. We already did that, but let's put on this one so we can run one armor core, and then that's all we need. That's all we need. So I am a little worried about the sniper rifle. Let's have an open discussion about the new exotic sniper rifle. Let's talk about that for a little bit. I'm a little worried about it. I'm a little worried it's going to be like the blue screen. Anybody else worried about that? Because the blue screen is okay of a weapon, but not too many people like prefer to run that very often. And so it's going to be one of those. It's like, okay, it's cool just to try something different, to do something different. But, you know, I'll just run Eclipse Protocol if I want status effects. You know what I mean? Is that going to be what this is? You know, so tags enemies when scoped. You know, so you can tag up to 10 enemies. But, like, basically you always want to be down scope. And it's going to take 2 seconds to tag an enemy, which is holy shit. You know? Is the enemy going to be dead before I do any status effect because I'm shooting I'm not going to just go around scoping people. I'm going to be shooting at them too, right? And so if we're always scoped in, always shooting while tagging people, they're not going to be alive long enough for any of this. And then there's a cooldown that you got to killing will cut the cooldowns down, but like, so killing another enemy with a headshot will shorten the cooldown for 10 seconds. But yeah, I need no cooldown on this thing, first of all. There's got to be no cooldown on this thing for me to use it. I mean, because if I'm scoping in on a target for 2 seconds in order to tag them, I mean, damn, what is my horrible time to kill like? I must have the worst time to kill ever because I got to scope in on them for 2 seconds while I'm shooting at them, and so they're still going to be alive. And then I got this cooldown where I'm not going to have any damage talent anymore. You know what I mean? And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. We need this thing to be happening lickety split, man. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen it in, you know, we have to see it in action to really grasp it, but either way, yeah, maybe in team play for sure it's going to be more useful in team play, but still it's going to be the same thing, right? Like, is it just going to be another blue screen, you know, which has got one or two cool fun builds, but like, I mean, I like my blue screen ongoing directive, basically. I like it there. They'll bleed, you put a couple of bullets and bleed. I think it's more fun in solo gameplay, but it works in group gameplay. And then outside of that, I don't know. It just doesn't really, nah. I'd rather put a pure damage talent on. Because nobody is finding that 5 second stagger worth it, you know? It's got to have a longer duration. I mean, I think everything else sounds fine. I mean, I think scoping in for 2 seconds is too long. They need to cut that in half. 1 second. You know, 1 second's a long time in sniper world. You know what I mean? I mean, it's basically like going on like this and going bam, bam, because you're gonna be shooting, right? You gotta be doing something. Yeah, so I think the scoping in for 1 second seems more reasonable, maybe even half a second. And then the cooldown thing, 30-second cooldown, like Jesus. Yeah. My point is a lot happens in 2 seconds, you know? Oh God. Really? You gonna move like that? Oh, that door shut right on me. I think the regular should be released. I would love everybody to have this gun. I'd create more Regulus builds. But it should still be hard to get, I feel like. You know, I think it should still be locked behind a quest or something like that. Damn, I get shot around fucking corners? Come on. Should still stay locked behind some sort of enduring quest, but maybe like a, you know, a way to encourage more countdown play or summit. Maybe put it behind the summit. You know, get us some more summit usage and reason to play that content or something. But it should still be difficult. I like the idea of quests more. Like I loved the old Dodge City holster quest. Did you guys ever do that one? That one was fun. You know. Open world quests are very useful, I think. I wish we had more. They've simplified the quests a lot. I mean, I think the last difficult quest was probably the Regulus, right? Because, no, maybe it was the, it was all at the same time, but they also did, what you call it? The Ridgeway's Pride was kind of a pain in the ass, wasn't it? But I think Ridgeway's Pride came out at the same time the Regulus did, didn't it? It was both the same season.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oops. I mean to do that. I had a delay in the skill. They would slow you down when you're in shield. You can get away without shield with this one too, by the way. Oh yeah, the chatterbox. Yeah. The Nemesis used to be a quest. I feel like I need to go do... I was just saying this the other day in the stream. I feel like I need to go do the content again as a new player because I don't know what's still around anymore. Like, you know, because they make changes to things like, oh, this gun is now available in the loot pool and whatever. It's like, does that mean there's no quests anymore for it? Also, you know, or does the quest still exist? I don't know what that means, because they never really addressed that specifically, you know. Some of them were straightforward, like the Lady Death used to be locked behind bosses, and that was annoying. But it was a good idea at the time, and that's one that they reverted. So think about it. At the time, it would give you a reason to go to New York, right? So here's something else you got to notice, like. So that in that situation, so I didn't miss a headshot. So I got 4 headshots in a row, right? And so that talent from Hot Shots would have said, okay, we're gonna give you armor, we're gonna give you bonus armor, we're gonna give you weapon damage, and we're gonna reload your gun there. So the reloading the gun part is really helpful, I gotta say, right? The downside is though, and obviously you'd have to be using a marksman rifle according to the talent. But the downside is that it's sort of like Bloodsucker that way too. Bloodsucker's this way too. So one of the things that I don't like about Bloodsucker, but it's got its use cases, is that, you know, you're out there stacking all this bonus armor because you're chain killing, and it's the moment you don't need your bonus armor. I need the bonus armor when I'm not chain killing. So I would like it to be like that. You know what I mean? Like, and the Dread Edict is sort of like that. It's sort of like on reload, you get bonus armor. And so that's kind of nice because it's more when you need it, where that's like protected reload. And I feel like give me, like, on missed shots, you should get bonus armor. You know, missing shots gives you bonus armor. And the problem is I get it. It's like, well, that's too easy to get, but that's when I really need it. You know, so I hate it when they power up when you don't need it, you know? We're gonna give you bonus armor when you're chain killing and nobody's alive to shoot at you, or they're all dying so fast they can't shoot at you, and that's when we're gonna give you the bonus armor, you know? It's like, that bothers me. It's like, God, well, I'm doing good, and that's why I got the buff, and, you know. No, I only go to New York when I'm doing my vendor reset. So not very often. Joining the PTS, I mean, you got to download it, right? I don't know. I don't do that. So.
Reinforcements incoming.
Is that what you meant? And so I use my TAC 50 a lot with this build. Basically, the TAC 50 acts as like a shortcut to getting your highest damage potential. Why isn't it reloading? Oh, I'm stuck on my... Oops. That was a body shot. So you can do this. Oh, how did I get into that gun? I didn't mean to do that. You know what I think they need to add into weapon handling? Oh my God, I would love this. I've been talking about this a lot lately. Is weapon, what do you call it? Flinching. Anti-flinch. Oh my god, I would love that as an attribute in weapon handling. So taking damage, your body flinches, right? You like shake. I would love an anti-flinch attribute for sure. Would also be good for that. All the new stuff are coming. The timing would be perfect for it. Whoops. God damn it. Using the wrong weapons. So you pull into that. So use attack 50 to power up. Load this guy with some foam. He's pretty tanky, so. Yeah, a few shots. See how helpful the riot foam is? So here's the other thing. I should have gave this intel to Morton too.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Burn is a conflict for sniper builds or headshot builds. As a matter of fact, so when I'm running with a Eclipse protocol build, there's certain talents or skills that they use that really are annoying to somebody that's trying to go for headshots. One of them are explosion builds. So if they're using anything explosive, it's annoying because your screen shakes, and it makes it harder for headshot builds. The other thing is when somebody's running the Eclipse build, if they're running fire, that's also annoying. Because when the enemy's on fire, they sort of panic, right? And they put their hands up. They put their hands up and they wave their hands from side to side. Do the electric slide. Sorry. Had to take the opportunity. No, so they start waving their hands and running around crazy, and like they're hard to shoot. And you don't want to shoot their hand on accident. And so I wait for them to almost stop burning before I shoot them. And so the new marksman rifle is going to apply a burn, which is thereby nerfing yourself. I should have realized that when Morton was in the room. I just not realized that. That's going to be a pain in the butt. I hate burn with sniper rifles. Even blind kind of sucks. Blind is sort of the same. Because they'll put one hand over their eyes, and you're like, it makes your hitbox smaller. I could show you, as a matter of fact. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So that's why the best thing for a sniper is riot foam. So even the disorient is annoying. So disorient is annoying, but I still roll with it with the Hunter's Fury. But disorient makes them bend over and then come back up, and that slows you down with your headshots. So let's put on some fire here. And let's go get somebody. So what I want you to notice is how he acts when he's on fire. Watch his hands. See his hands and his head? I mean, is that gonna make it easier for you to land a headshot or harder, right? And so you end up having to wait for him to come out of the status effect to take your headshot. So it just sort of slows you down and nerfs you. It nerfs you. And so blind is the same thing. I'll show you that next, but let's show another guy. Get him? No. Fucking cam launcher. So slow. So easy to miss at this thing. There you go. So watch his hands. Running crazy, covering his head, bows his head. You gotta wait for him to come out. All right, let's roll a blinder next. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, the truth is, this is where it's tough to be a dev. Okay, is like you gotta use sniper rifles to know that, right? You gotta use sniper rifles a lot to know that in advance before it's programmed. And so the problem is like, yeah, so why did they choose burn? Why? Because of the trauma chest piece. They already had bleed and they already had blind, so they chose burn. Because they buffed it. They're giving us a perfect trauma chest piece, right? And so they were like, well, let's vary it up. And so I get it, but ensnare would have been better. I would even take disorient, because at least in disorient it'd been actually disorient would be awesome. But shock would have been great. Shock is holds them still a little bit. They kind of jitter. It's a little easier to get the headshots on shock. But let's do the blinder firefly and then watch their reaction when they're blind. It's not the worst. It's easier than fire, but they'll still cover their head. And so if you're now, so you got to remember, this is why it matters. You're like, it's not that big of a deal. Well, it matters because the hot shot talent says if you miss a headshot, you're gonna have to restart your cycle all over again. So it makes so you won't be able to run the sniper, and that's what they want you to do. They want you to run the sniper with the new gear set. So watch your head, watch your hands. Her head's bowed, hand on her head. So it's more, so I'm having to be more careful with that headshot. You see what I'm saying? And so in your G28 or your SVD classes or this new exotic aren't as precise as my pistol. Look at that. So he's covering his head. So his hand, so that was a hand shot. See the blue? I'm standing right in front of him. Are you gonna be able to stand right in front of him with your G28? Your new exotic? Absolutely not. Oh, now I'm blind. It's not fair. But did you see the disorient? So the disorient, he does bow his head a little bit, but he doesn't cover his head with his hand.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah. So fire, yeah, fire is not going to be a good one for that new exotic. So let's take a look at that exotic. So, yeah. So, blah, blah, blah. Tagging, whatever. Okay, so 10-second burn status effects. So that means you can be going for body shots, really. You can be hitting the hand. You can be hitting the forearm. You can be hitting the hand. You can be hitting that forearm a lot. It says killing another enemy with a headshot shortens the cooldown time. Yeah. So hopefully that gets realized a little bit. I doubt it, though. I doubt that will change. That's, you know, that's like a new scope to take out the burn and replace it with something like blind. Sometimes they're really they're willing to accept the challenge too. They're like, yeah, so it makes it harder. All right, you know. I could see the dad's going like, yeah, I'm not going to rewrite the talent for that. But I feel like confusion, disorient would be the way to go there. I mean, the downside is we already have that on the blue screen, and so I could see that's also another reason why they went with burn, is because it's different than the blue screen that way. The blue screen pulses and disorients. Aussie Tiger, what's up? Yeah, I'm on the Xbox, man. I don't do PC gaming. Yeah, me and my controller. I'm a controller guy. Also, we still got the blinder. We should probably change that. So you will be seeing a lot of this weapon next season for sure. I'm actually planning on the armor on kill addition to what it's going to change in my approach with the White Death is that we can get potentially massive amounts of bonus armor. Its precision is better than the G28, so I'll prefer it, you know, because you get penalized for missing shots. So I'm gonna want to play into that precision. And again, I will want it to work with pistols, but we'll see. This guy, really. So yeah, so I currently run preservation on my sniper rifle right now. And so if I had bonus armor coming off of a brand set or armor on kill, which is better than preservation, then I'm going to prefer that. So imagine getting all the bonus armor we would get right now. We'd be running up to 50% bonus armor. And so I do see stacking that new gear set hot shots with the memento. I do see it with this build. I know we want to look at the NinjaBike, but that bonus armor on top of the bonus armor on the armor on kill from the gear set would be pretty fucking attractive. And so what that would allow me to do is to run a different weapon talent than preservation, even without the memento, by the way. So just the gear set is allowing me to take a different look. I don't know what I would run though. I don't need guaranteed crit. Oh, fucking foam. Preservation is pretty good on these things. So Ranger is okay, but as you can see, I still play close and personal, but it would still work. So we could look at close and personal with this, but this would be the gun. Like the new exotic is okay right now for me. I'm not super excited. I'm excited for a White Death and everything, all the new gear sets, brand sets. I'm looking at White Death and of course Nemesis and Mantis. Those will be still good, but because of the ask for precision, that's why. I was like, yeah, they were asking for precision. I'm not going to go to my fucking SVD or the, you know. However, I will take a look at that Dread Edict. I'm going to want a one-shot just like that and give bonus armor for it. You know what I mean? And armor for it. But the Dread Edict was going to be crazy, though. Because the Dread Edict gives you tons of bonus armor and headshot damage and weapon damage, right? And so imagine using, I would totally use the Dread Edict over the new one. The new G28 exotic. You know? Wouldn't you? Doesn't the Dread Edict sound perfect? Because it's going to give you weapon handling for the Dread Edict, too? But it doesn't matter. I see potential. I see potential for different weapons, you know. And so I think that's why, for me, I think the most important thing for that gear set, the number one thing I could see that I would like to see would be to take out the words marksman rifle in the talent. It's a big deal. I want to be able to use my pistol. I want to be able to use the shotgun. You know, it's going to make that pistol more interesting. That they're giving us a brand new pistol. Might as well allow it to be more interesting. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, new style. Well, and the good news about the G28 though, like on the counter to what I just said, would be that, you know, they used to have a place in this game, right? They used to have a place in this game. They were used in raids a lot. This is all before legendaries are around, really. So it's good to see them making a little bit of a comeback. They're not as challenging to use, I guess, but we've had this discussion in the past, and one of the really good points that come up is it's like, well, why didn't I just run the M1A or a rifle, right? Why not just run a rifle? And it's like, yep, good point. You got more ammo, just as much power, you know. It's a good point. Now, marksman rifles give you that really big headshot damage talent, and so there's an advantage for that. Obviously, it's like giving you more crit damage, basically, already on the weapon by default, you know. So where rifles give you crit damage, what is the rifle crit damage buff? I don't have it memorized. Is it 20%? It's 17%. So rifles give you 17%, where marksman rifles give you 111% headshot damage. So that's a big deal. Now rifles still give you headshot damage. There's still headshot damage that comes with it as a passive damage talent, but that's the difference, right? But some of these rifles have really good damage drop off, like the M1A. They have really good damage drop off. So it's not range. And the reason why is they've capped range in this game. Range is capped at 100 meters. And I don't think that should be the case. I think they should increase the cap. Here, bossy, bossy. So you see how I just one-shotted that boss, right? And he had a little bit of armor taken off. But my point is like, would it have mattered if I critted on him? Absolutely not. Who cares? Crit or no crit, it doesn't matter. I one-shotted him. Crits don't matter anymore, you know? They only matter if you try. The only time it would really matter, I guess, is if you were trying to like one-shot. If you didn't have Headhunter. If you didn't have Headhunter. But most of the one-shot specialty builds run Headhunter, they, you know? And I don't think not running Headhunter is going to be strong enough. Very much doubt it would be. Headhunter's 1,250% damage. There's nothing that can replace that. Yeah, 3 pieces new gear set, 3 pieces Hunter's Fury. I was thinking, I was like, what if we ran 2 pieces Hunter's Fury? What did we say earlier? I dropped a comment. I was like, 1 piece of Eclipse. No, not Eclipse, sorry. 1 piece of. It was 1 piece of. Oh, yeah. 1 piece of Xena Getica, 1 piece Bellstone. NinjaBike backpack. There's 3 pieces. And now you got 20% armor on kill off 3 pieces, right? And then 2 pieces Hunter's Fury. So now you have 5 pieces. Now you have 40% armor on kill. On 5 pieces, 40% armor on kill. And then that leaves you flexible for a damage, whatever. Fenris or shotgun. I would love that on a shotgun with pummel. Or on this build, as a matter of fact, actually. Because then you'd play headshot damage and weapon handling everywhere. You wouldn't need anything else. You wouldn't need anything else. That'd be a crazy build. Oh my god, that backpack is going to open some shit up. And I want to get wacky with it, man. That's where we are, guys. That's where we are. That's where we are nowadays. You know what I mean? We're going to have some new metas and sure, or whatever, but at this stage of the game, like, let's have some fun with some builds, man. Let's get wacky out there and be like, look at me, I'm running around with 75% armor on kill in one-shotting things. You know what I mean? Look at me, I'm running, like, you know, whatever, you know? It's just like, let's have some fun, you know? Yeah, yeah. I hear you, Ozzy. They do have a hard time with balance, but we don't have an official release date yet. And so just so you guys know, like, I mean, we're gonna get one here over the next week or two, but they don't officially announce things until days, like 1 or 2 days in advance. It's always kind of a surprise, and so it's always like, well, I think we should get it this week. I think we're gonna get it this week. And the PTS, we were right on. I was like, I'm expecting the PTS to be on Friday, and I said that on Monday's stream or Tuesday's stream, and we got it. We got the announcement on Wednesday, right? Like late Wednesday, so it was like just 2 days advance notice. So yeah, that's the way the devs roll, and that's partially because they want to make sure the development team is where they need to be able to actually release it. So they don't want to give us a date and then have to revert. So our biggest threat is actually the right foam guy, but this dude is gonna be annoying, so let's take him. Let's take that out. Ah, I'm blind. Blind is nasty in PvP. Actually, it was one of my favorite things to do, was blind people and right foam them in PvP. So, and I do choose precision over spamming, but on my sniper builds, but I still have a lot of fun with those SVDs. I do. They're actually pretty good. Oh, what? I swear that was a headshot. Oh, this guy. Got him. Shot that weak point. It's practice. It is a degrading skill. So when I don't use my sniper or an MMR, I do feel the pain of it. So I'd like to stay fresh.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I agree with you. The Picaros is going to be really good with that. If we could only get the Picaros to be red, but you know, whatever. That's a good point, Dragon. The Picaros give you that free skill tier just for running the mementos and be, I mean, the NinjaBike would be a big deal, isn't it? Oops. Shit, I don't see that guy. I actually do like using my White Death better than the Regulus. Right foam is insane in this game, especially for these weapons. Because you got 8 seconds, and you're like, well, normally, you know, if it takes you 8 seconds to kill somebody, then you know that's usually pretty painful. But for this, for these guns, plenty of time.
Vital
annoying. I mean, it's enough shot. We showed it in a build the other day, yesterday, I think. And it was enough time to get 4 Mantis shots out. It was like, you get 4 shots out in that 8 seconds, easy. Yeah, that's kind of the struggle too that we're talking about, you know, that PTS only on PC, and I understand why. They explained it a while ago that, you know, Microsoft and Sony require a review period and on their testing servers, and then they have to approve it, something like that. So it becomes like, obviously they don't have that kind of development schedule, so it's always remains just a PC only thing, and it's a bummer. That's like only a third of a category, and you know, we play a little bit differently, you know, on PC and the other platforms. Central, that's funny. There's a way to get around rogues, isn't there, guys? Logging out, logging in, some weird pattern to like get around other people in the server. Like some people said, I think it's something like, I don't have it quite memorized, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it's, I think you go into one of the DZs and then you log out of the game and then you log back in. And I think that's how there'll be nobody in the server or something like that. So I do love my all blue tips of spear build too. So tips of spear I can run the same strategy with. The difference is tip of spear doesn't come with any added survivability, and so oh, there you are. Heard his voice. It's heavy breathing. All right, so I'm gonna switch pistols. I'm gonna switch out of the Regulus, and we're gonna go back to the police. It has its advantages because you're gonna get armor on kill now because I'm running preservation. That's where it picks up, and why I run the D50 a lot. This Police Magnum used to be my favorite pistol outside of the Regulus. And so what you do is charge up with whatever, your TAC 50 and then pound them out. Oh shit, big tank guy. That hand. Oh, fucking can get the angle. Here we go. You have to put out an extra shot or two because it's not the Regulus, but from time to time. But if you use your TAC 50 enough, you can avoid that. Oh, I've got this big tanky dude up here. Oh, I am to leave him alive. So we're just a tad bit underpowered. Did you see that? Just a tad bit. Almost killed him. So you can fix that. I'll show you how. I'm running weapon handling as my dealio here. So instead of weapon handling, you can put on the headshot damage. Pick up just a little bit. Also, you could probably expertise up this bad boy. But it's strong, right? Like your shot, it's really stable. That's what's important. It's more important than one shot, one killing. It's the fact that it's really stable, right? And so look at those, me being able to land those headshots from this far, you know, and it's the stability is important because it allows you to put out consecutive shots. And so that's why it's not a big deal if it takes more than one shot to kill him. It was like, yeah, just quickly stick out another shot and you're good. And so you don't get the mass effect from the Regulus, but you're getting the armor on kill. Now here's the cool part, is that Hunter's Fury and the new gear set, if we can get the new gear set to work with pistols, you don't need it either. You won't need the added armor on kill from preservation. So what you could do instead is run close and personal, and on pistols it's absolutely worth it. Because you're pretty much playing in that realm. And so we'll do that here. So with Hunter's Fury, it's giving us our 20% armor on kill. So I don't really need preservation. And so we can run close and personal, and that'll put us in one shot everything. Row. And then if you're really worried about it, you can pull out your TAC 50. It's got diminished damage on bosses, but we got a Headhunter to compensate a little bit for that. And so that's what I want to see out of this Magnum that we're gonna get, the named one. What up, YCQ? I want to see that perfect focus talent give me more than crits, because if I'm chain killing, I don't care about crits, you know. Now, so if I'm not running Headhunter, I do, but like, oh wow, better be a strong gun. You know what I mean? If I'm not gonna run Headhunter, better be really strong. You know, I've been making these Eclipse protocol headshot builds, and I am farming that even today. Actually, let's go to 511 land too. Let's do 511. I need to go to 511 land. Dragon, are you playing? Where you at, bro? Okay, so I'm gonna go fix this weapon real quick. I get my max roll mods of legendaries. I get a ton from there. You know, when you see the mods land on the legendary, you can just farm the first control point over and over and over again. That's what I do. I get tons of mods from legendary. They love to give you. No, DZ, it looks like NinjaBike is probably going to be part of the rewards track. So yeah, we found out with some big news that there's not going to be an exotic lock behind a manhunt, so that's nice. So we'll go to recal. Oops, recal station. Let's go to pistols. We'll take our Magnum and let's take off preservation. So you can go killer if you're running a crit build. Optimus also works. But close and personal is really nice. Really easy to maintain, 7 meters, because we're playing inside that enough, frequently enough. So it's gonna last for 10 seconds, and it's really easy to refresh. So if you lose it, sometimes it's not a big deal, because sometimes you kill an enemy at like 10 meters, right? And so eventually you're gonna get that inside 7 meter kill. It happens frequent enough. Otherwise, you could do a vindictive, because we do have a status effect happening from Hunter's Fury. Perpetuation, make that status effect last longer. Future Perfect if you want more riot foam stuff. In Sync, nah. Flatline, no. Lucky Shot and Salvage if you want to refill your mag on kill, which would happen very frequently. You know, that's actually always been really interesting to me. It just always tends to be something more interesting. But Salvage would be nice, you know. I've always wanted to make a Salvage build. I need to get around to doing that for us, right? Salvage is actually a good talent, don't you think? 70% chance. I mean, I want it to be 100% chance. I think that's why sometimes it's like 70% is not great. And I need to do some 511, so let's reset control points. We'll start right here. I don't know, Ozzy, the Division 3, you guys think they're making that thing? I mean, I don't know. I honestly think Heartland is Division 3. You know, I do. And so you know, it's not a Division 3, of course, it's a new game or whatever, but I think that's their envision for a Division 3. And then I think it comes down to like how that game does to dictate the Division universe. I mean, there's been a lot of changes. Obviously, Ubisoft had some critical meetings that made some changes to their world on games being abandoned and where their central focus is going to be. And so it seems to me that Division is going to be more of a central focus for them. That's good. Games with longevity is what they're looking at. And the Division is one of those. And so they got a captivated audience here. So I think that's a big deal for our franchise. So that's really good that they're narrowing their scope. So I do think a Division 3 is possible. So I'm not saying it's not possible. I just think that it's more like, let's see how Heartland goes, you know? I think Resurgence is just a sort of an experiment, unfortunately. And I think, you know, I wish it wasn't. I wish it wasn't a thing. Wish that energy was refocused into the Division, more of a console or whatever, PC-centered games, non-mobile game. Just seems so expansive for a mobile game, you know? I mean, a lot of me feels like it's just playing the Division 1 on... Just playing the Division 1 on... on a phone. It's not the Division 1. I get that the lore to it's a little bit different, but... I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how the community reacts. You know, do we go to our mobile phones for... Because of the lore, is that enough to drag us there? Come on. The angle there, huh?
Reinforcements incoming.
You have to tag that guy. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. Shit. It's getting shot in the back that's bugging me right now. So now we're one killing a lot of things a lot easier, right?
Serious trauma detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, my shield just broke. Fuck. We're in trouble. We've barely got away, huh? Luckily, the status effect goes a long ways. And oops, that was a bad shot. Here's our TAC 50 to charge up. Yeah, but hopefully you could see the power was there now. There's quite a bit of power change. We didn't even have all our mementos. It's when I close and personal, when I what control point people ever gonna get here?
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, that didn't land on him. Pistols are great in this game. It's been a while since I ran this pistol. I think, yeah, but I know the Bones, Skull and Bones got delayed, not canceled. So that's good news for that game. The rabbit one was one of them. The bunny one that they did, I forget what it's called, but that game looks stupid. I was like, how is this a game right now? And how are adults playing it?
Hostile detected.
Did anybody like that game? It's just like, it was just really, I don't know, childish. Rifle is so nice with this, with these headhunter talent. God, but my skill keeps glitching. So, there's that. You stole my kill. I'm gonna take all the credit for it, aren't they? I know the amount of close calls there. I know, Frozen. But that's Hunter's Fury for you, right? It controls things, right? It's status affecting them as you're getting the kill, and it's giving you armor on kill too. And so that's what I'm seeing. I'm running this gear set because that's what I'm seeing. It's giving me ideas, I guess, and thoughts on how that's going to play out. And that's why the White Death is going to be the biggest player, because for me with that build set as it sits right now, and the reason why is because it's the one where I can get out of cover the most if it's restricted to marksman rifles, if you're restricted to that. It's the one where you can get out of cover the most. Now, you can still use an SVD, and I do use a no-scope SVD with Hunter's Fury. I do have that build. So you can do the G28 or SVD without a scope and run and gun to a certain degree with it, you know. But it's the reticule. You see the opening reticule there? So as I move, you see how it stays open, and then as I stop, it closes. See that? And so that's the challenge for people with using marksman rifles to run and gun, is that they don't have the accuracy to go with it, but you can still approximate and miss, apparently. But I've gotten pretty good at approximating like the head inside the little dealio there.
Hostile control point identified. You are now group leader. You have been promoted to group leader.
No, yeah, you're right. Like,
Another agent is now in your group.
you can totally like do that. Actually, there's and that's how I'm going to be doing it. In order for me to cover the game, I'm going to have to project the phone, you know, via either Bluetooth or you know, just using some sort of application that helps me stream from my mobile using a PC to like simulate a mobile sort of thing. And so that's how I'm probably going to cover the game. But there's also things you could turn your phone into a controller, right? By buying those like adapter things. I forget the brand's names. There's some pretty good ones out there. These guys are just keep hiding. But the problem is that you're sort of losing. They're making it pretty capable, but you are losing some functionality because it's going mobile. And I rather, instead of forcing it to go PC, so to speak, I rather just play Division 1 and Division 2. You know what I mean? I'm kind of stuck there. So the only value the new game is really giving me is access to additional lore. And because it's sort of a different storyline, right? And so I just don't know if that's enough to bring me to mobile as a lifelong not mobile player. And so I guess a lot of it is new audience, and that's what they're after. And that's a good thing, and that's a good thing. It really is. They are going after a new, younger audience for the Division 2 to expand the game's life, and so that is important. And that younger audience is more accustomed to playing these types of games on mobile. You know? And instead of me, who was all into Candy Crush and those kind of games when I was doing, those were like my mobile games. And it's because my mobile games are like, I don't want to. Well, my mobile games are usually like I'm passing time in a doctor's office, waiting for my appointment, or, you know, maybe I'm at a bus station waiting for my bus, or I'm on my lunch break, and I don't want to get all immersed. I want to just be entertained for a few minutes. You know what I mean? And everybody plays their games differently. But that's my challenge with mobile games. Like I had fun like playing Shark Attack. If you ever played that one was fun. And you don't really have to think about it. You're just kind of wasting time with it, you know? A little bit passing time, I guess is a better way to say.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
My mobile, yeah, that's the best way to say it. My mobile games are to pass time. That's how I use them. And I don't use them very often. I don't really play in the mobile. Because that's not where my Division 2 is. So here's the question. If Division 2 was mobile, would you have played it? Maybe that's a way to look at it, you know? If this game was never released on your PC or your Xbox, would you have ever played it in the first place? Yeah, no, I'm pro. I'm pro.
Additional hostile contacts.
And that's why I'm gonna give it a shot, just because, you know, I like the Division universe concept, and you know, it'll also bring people to Heartland and open up people to the Division universe, a different audience to the Division universe. That's what I see its potential is, really. Bring in, you know, some additional players that weren't initially in the game, you know, so it's a different demographic. Best control point clearing builds. Like the reality is like if I were to like make it strict to that, it's usually like a Mantis build. I actually think that. And the reason why is because what I like about the Mantis build is that for one reason is because you can stay in a single spot and clear the entire control point. And because of the unlimited decoys, it pops the enemies out of cover, which is something that you normally struggle with sniper builds. So normally with sniper builds, you scope in on the enemy and they forces them into, you suppress them basically, you know, without even shooting at them. And so with Mantis, you get the decoy that counters that. The decoy encourages them to come out of cover and shoot at your decoy. And you got unlimited of the amount of those. And so I find I can clear a control point in usually one decoy's time, if not two, depending on how open the control point is. And so I really like the Mantis. So it's plays inside for a sniper too, and then your secondary weapons can aid if you get rushed. And so yeah, so you don't have to move, you don't have to chase enemies. They all just kind of come to you or to your decoy. And that makes things go fast. And so I can clear a control point in about 3 minutes doing that method. And then some skill builds are able to do the same thing. So that striker skill build that we create called the Perfect Blend, that is also able to do the same thing. It's one of the faster ones because you just park it, you're running Glass Canyon, so you're really strong. You just park behind some cover and let your skills do the long reaching, similar to what a sniper rifle does. So the sniper rifles are great because they got the reach, right? So yeah, so the Mantis. So like when I go to a new season opens up, I usually go to a Mantis build, and what's also good about it is it allows you to run all directives, because again, you're not running around, you're behind cover, you don't rely on skills, because the only skill that you are really using is the decoy. And so if you have cool skills on, it's not a big deal because you're just resetting your decoy all the time with your headshot kills. So yeah, it allows me to XP fast and then get up that rewards track really quickly.
Supply room access.
Yeah, that reminds me, Rich, like another build that I don't use as much, but that also is as effective, it would be the Eclipse protocol for control point, like the fire version of it. If you can manage with that, that will clear control points pretty quickly too, because it just burns through them all. It's another way to go. Well, I got a new one now, but the original Mantis build was, I used to run it at 3-piece aces. I don't have it all set up, but I do have it on my channel. And of course, with the new gear we're getting, it's probably going to change. So let me see here. Yeah, it's a classic, but it's 3-piece aces. Pretty standard setup nowadays. You know, 3-piece aces. You can run it with the Memento now. Originally I didn't. I was running it with the Sawyer's knee pads. It's usually the way to go. Vigilance on your backpack, Headhunter on your chest, 1-piece of Raldi, 1-piece Walker. Pretty standard setup for sniper builds now. And that's all going to change. My new Mantis is quite different. Hulk Smash, what's up, man? Yeah, the new gear set is called Hot Shots. Hot Shot. And it's got a new talent called Headache. Basically, it's for snipers. At the moment, it's exclusive to marksman rifles. And it gives you a 2-piece brand set bonus, gives you 30% weapon damage to your marksman rifle and 30% weapon handling, which is crazy. Crazy good. That's 2-piece. The 3rd piece gives you 15% headshot damage. In the 4th piece, it gives you the Headache talent. And the Headache talent is basically the second shot. What is it? The second shot. I have to look at it. We have to look at it because I don't remember exactly. Yeah, first. So here we go. Right here. So, increase the next headshot by 20%. So, and then the second consecutive headshot with the marksman rifle will give you 10% armor. And if you have full armor, it'll give you bonus armor up to 50%. And the 3rd consecutive headshot will refill the magazine. And then from that point forward, you're going to get all 3 bonuses without if you don't miss a headshot. But if you miss a headshot, you reset that cycle and you're back to You got to land one, then the next one gives you 20% headshot damage, and then bonus armor, and then reload, and then repeat that cycle. Yeah, and then there's a NinjaBike backpack. That's gonna be a game changer for sure. Where Cowboy? What's up, man? Day good. The day is good. Oops, it's a bad phone. Oh, bad time. That was a shitty grenade right there, huh?
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Ah, shield, come on. Oh, she was a weird one. Jesus, how are you not dead? What just happened? Oh, all my backpack stacks are gone too? What the hell? We didn't take that long, did we? Oh man. This lady eating grenades. This guy thinks he's hot shit. Damn, how the fuck got out of that one, huh? How is this guy?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What the No way. No way. I got my shot off first. That was insane. All right. All right. Yeah. What do you guys think? What did the NinjaBike attributes have on the old NinjaBike? I meant to ask that. Does anybody know? Like, did it have armor, all 3 cores? I mean, I would love for it to have all 3 cores, and that's it. You know? Is it going to be crits? I mean, what if you want to use it for a skill build? What is it going to have, you know? I don't know. That's crazy though, right? What would be, I think, most useful for the NinjaBike knee pad? And that, for me, I think all 3 cores would be the best thing that they could do for it. Because they don't know if you're going to run a skill build. They don't know if you're going to run what, right? Or a crit build, or... It'd kind of be frustrating if it came with crits, you know? Because it's like, then you're going to have some waste along with it too. Like, I don't know. Is that it? It's back. Yeah, so I would love if it came with 3 core attributes and just keep it simple. But other than that, I mean, gosh. I mean, I guess... Like, what if you were going to use it for a status effect or a skill damage build? I mean, would you want crits on it? I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but... I mean, we don't want health. Let's not put health on there, right? Let's get really random gear for farming 511. 511, when you farm 511, for some reason, it always gives you like the skill side of it all. When you don't farm 511, when you don't farm it at all, it gives you the maximum crit chance stuff. I'm farming for 511 that already has crits on it, but otherwise nothing really. Needs to already have crit chance and crit damage. It's got to have both. Because I need to farm it red. Turn it red. And I got the holster. Really, the big ones are the backpack and the gloves and the mask and the chest. But build's close. It's close to being done. It's just trying to perfect it. You think it'd be easy because you're like, oh, I could God roll 511 all the time. all the time. Until you're looking for it. And you don't know that because you're never looking for it. Those people never look for 511. So they don't face this issue.
Hostile control point nearby. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
How did you get out of that rifle, huh? What? How do I keep losing my mementos? Look, I'm down on my mementos again. I just finished the control point. They keep expiring. And I'm picking them up as they go, so it's not like I'm grabbing 30 of them. I think I'm losing some of them on fast travel. Yeah, we're down. Yeah, I'll just reset because apparently don't have any trophies, so. Actually, we can switch out of this build too. I was just showcasing it. What up, Fog of War? There he is, Fog of War. Did you like that stuff, Fog of War? What you seen today? I'll change the build after this control point. Time to switch it up. This is a classic though. This one's a good. This one should probably you should have something like this in your bag, in your loadouts. It's sort of a classic. It really is. It's very powerful. It's used by for a lot of different type of content, and I'm using it. It's most popular with the M870 shotgun as your primary and the Regulus as your sidearm. That's the combo that people use. And so, because right here we'd be blowing everybody up. I don't know why he's immune, but he's completely immune. I landed like 5 headshots on him. What are you wearing, Wheeljack? Why are you ice skating, Wheeljack? What's going on? I'm so confused right now. He's ice skating. Shots aren't landing. Servers. Is it not a Friday server issue, like where I feel like things like kind of go a little funky monkey? It's a Friday thing, isn't it? Like Countdown used to be like that way too. I remember on Fridays it was like the servers would struggle. We got Div ice skating.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
My internet connection's good. I'm not dropping any frames, and my rendering is good. You. Where? Oh, sorry about that, bud. Good luck. Really? You fucking. Haha. Haha. You all thought I was in that container still. Oh, I should save my right phone for this door. Ew. Ew. Oh, resource convoy too? There's a boss. You see why I like the White Death better? I don't know if you could tell, but it brings more survivability than the Regulus. So the Regulus does good on the damage side, but it's not adding extra, you know, like preservation does with the armor on kill / regen. Where's this convoy?
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, you little. Must have timed out, I guess. I don't know. Did it go all the way in the back? Oh, there you are. Please hold still. Where'd the other one go? Oh, where are there?
Detecting
Why are you all running up here, bro? See, they're on fire, making it very difficult to headshot them. And then they're gone. Maybe you're penalized for missing shots of that new talent. So, like, you would want to pick your shot. Perfect situation right there. Showcase that.
Incoming hostiles detected.
The auto reload would have been nice there. Yeah, I'm not feeling very strong about it. Is that it? The new focus talent? You know, I don't feel like it's enough just to guarantee a crit. You know, and I'm thinking about, there's the G28 right there. I mean, and it's not even like, it's not like every headshot either. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's staggering between headshots. So that's the other disappointing part about it. It's like, ugh, it's like one of those things, you know? You got to earn it, and then it's not reliable. It's like every other headshot kind of thing. That's the perfect one, of course. And the non-perfect one will be worse. And so I'm just like, I'll just do, God, you got so many other options. But the biggest deal on SVDs or the G28 will be our ammo issue. And so, like, I'm not going to choose that. I'm going to choose Lucky Shot because I can't run out of ammo, you know. Okay, so here's our Mantis build from the other day. We were running with the game mode, which was pretty fun. We did the Infinity Bite Explosion. Explosion wouldn't be bad either. And there's our Heartbreaker build. Let's blow some stuff up. All right. Let's blow some shit up. Yeah.
Friendly control point detected.
Yeah, it guarantees a critical headshot, even if you, it looks like by reading between the lines, even if you land that on the arm or something like that, you know? And so if you break it down, like if I look at it, if I break it down, and if it is every other headshot, let me sweep this up. Where is it? Focus, new talent. So killing an enemy with the headshot guarantees that the next headshot will be critical hits. You got to kill. You got to get a kill. So yeah, that's tough. I mean, that's working in Headhunter talent world. You know what I mean? It's Headhunter talent world. If you're talking about a kill, to get a kill, it activates it. Then I'm just gonna want to just use Headhunter and just, and then if you have Headhunter, you don't really need the crit per se. I mean, I think it would be better off if it didn't require the kill, I would probably say, like. Use my armor and kill. They're behind me? Back. Here, suck on that. Where are these guys? It's like invisible bodies. Oh, where now? Got him. Getting shot in the back though.
Serious trauma.
I got you, Dave, wherever you are. Where'd your body go? Dumb. Where'd he come out of? Oh, you lucky. Just got out of that one.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, I think it does. I think that does. I think because some people were running Headhunter with it. It does work with Headhunter. It's kind of unique that way, isn't it? Because of the marking system, where some of the other ones don't work with Headhunter. Like Ongoing Directive doesn't really. So I use the Doctor's Home with this. I like the scope because it helps you hit the long range sticky bomb. That's why the scope actually helps me in this one. Helps you nail those dudes from long distances. Is it Jova? I see that. So you've already tested it, huh? It says I use Perfect Headhunter on that new gear set and backpack from set. You can miss a shot. Oops. That guy right here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
So you can miss a shot and it won't reset, but yeah, it's inconsistent. Yeah. It's not very forgiving. Doesn't seem that it's gonna be very forgiving. It's a lot to ask somebody to not miss a headshot. And when you're not missing headshots, I'm just gonna tell you, you don't need the buffs. The only one that will come in handy will be the no reload situation, because it'll allow you to move fast, but not that big of a deal. I mean, I always like the no reload situation. That does remind me of Golden Bullet a little bit, so that's what's cool. So see this target up here, like, or let's pick that one. See, it tagged him. The scope helps me do that. So you can quick scope with it. You don't need to stand scope. Just line it up and toss it out. So let's do it again. So here's this guy or this one. Proves my accuracy. Little tricks of the trade. So I'm double tapping, of course, on the sticky bomb. That's the quick release.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, the Guardians event on 2, huh? Yeah, but yeah, it's very unforgiving. I think that it's a lot to ask agents not to miss their headshots. I mean, I miss all the time, guys. I miss all the time. But like I said, when I'm not missing, I don't need the buffs. It's like one of those situations, you know? Especially if you're a sniper parked in cover, you know? Oh, is that how? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Is that it? So if you don't want to use this this gun, you can use the mop. The mop works pretty good too with this, and you can get some value out of the mop too because you get armor on kill and you can get in sync, and so that would be helpful here. So we got skill hit stats effects. We got I'm running 2-piece browsers for the skill tier. That allows me to run more armor. So I got 1.1 million armor. And so that helps with the Doctor's Home, especially when I'm running with a teammate. So he can get some of that armor benefit when I pick up the trophies. And as you can see, I am moving around a lot. Sort of the point of the build. Come the fucking grenades, huh? Cooldowns are nice and short though, huh? It's tag team. Big fan of tag team. I think it's very much slept on. Scope in on him. Wham him. Very hard to miss with the scope. Where if you're watching my play the other day, yesterday I think that was, when I was using the mop shotgun, I missed all the time. I sticky with the mop. Ooh, I missed that one though. Thought I had that. Yeah, you don't want to miss those.
Reinforcements in place.
Yeah, and you don't want to miss your sticky bomb because that's what's setting off your it's not the only thing, but it you miss your sequence. There's a sequence here, right? It's a 1-2 punch. And so it's rare that the seeker mine misses. I mean, if you guys look at the circles here, I mean, they're massive circles. The radius damage. I mean, look at this circle. Look at that circle. I mean, it's huge. They're evaporating in midair, these enemies. Or hold on to that, buddy.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, my skill glitch or what? Pick up our trophies. Those are med kits. Ah, where's that damage coming from? Come and get me, green guy. Don't get riot foamed on your way. Oh, this guy. My hero. Yeah, and Jovatox is on a mouse and keyboard, and his feedback is that it's pretty inconsistent. Yeah. It's demanding, man. I mean, like... Give us some spamming capabilities. Especially for that weapon. I mean, there's worse weapons out there. It really is. The G20 is not bad. I mean, as a matter of fact, many people like it and even choose it over the SVD class. But it's still not going to be as accurate as your, like, Mantis or whatever. White Death or whatever one you got going on for you. It'll be a more precision-based weapon. Oh, I missed that one. The elevation changes will get you. Oh, I missed that one too. I got too excited. It's almost double trophies every time too. I've been using this variation of build for quite some time, several seasons. Around since the time they came out with Bellstone, maybe a little bit before that. So I've made different versions. This is the latest TU17 version. If I elected to go into speed, survivability on this version, where you still have room to power up if you want to go that route too. In sync being one of those easy ways to do it. Change the weapon. And the main reason why I'm not is really, like I said, the scope. It really is the scope. I mean, the armor on kill is great, but I can get the armor on kill out of the mop too. So it really is the scope. I want to be able to just wham those guys from really long distances. Like, look at that guy over there. Got him. I mean, that's pretty far. I mean, I don't know. What do you say? Like 65, 70 meters, maybe? And that's what the scope will do for you. Let's see if I can get her again. Oh, let's get that thing. Try not to get sniped along the way again. There she is. Got her. So there's a lot of accuracy behind that, you know, if you think about it. For what it is. It's a big gung. And so the scope allows me, and you can do it without a scope. You can do it without a scope. But I just have my aim assist off, and it does affect your sticky bomb capabilities at range. Jonathan Sims. I welcome stragglers. And what do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. I welcome everybody. Hey, Braidlin, are you in the PTS, or are you talking about console, a regular PC gaming, outside of the PTS? Because they did say that's a known issue about the Nemesis, but I was thinking that's about the PTS only. I don't know. I wasn't sure. No, I think the new sniper is going to be with a scope. I don't really know, though. Oh, you're just a regular console game. Yeah, that it did show up as a known issue that the Regulus and the Nemesis are dropping in the Dark Zone. But I thought they were talking about PTS only. So, yeah, that's curious. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think the new exotic is going to be with scope, but I don't know. But some people were saying they weren't able to access the scope off of that variant. That is there and they can't access it, but I don't know for sure. So let's nail somebody. Who's our target? This guy? Yeah, that group. Pretty handy. So you don't have to run and gun as I am. Oh, he dodged that? Throw, bro. You look from that one. Welcome to the party, VL Jack. I'm at below grade. There's some trophies. Suck on that, motherfuckers. Oops. That was pretty crazy. That was a ton of fun. You can see why I like the build, right? A lot of dancing. I like dancing. Put on my dancing shoes. Start squirreling with these guys. Ah, gotta get that heal. So I'm healing up my homie too when I grab those heals if he needs it. I don't know if I have the weapon talent selected on my skill tree though, so there's that. Shit, screwed that up. Had them on the jump. Shit.
Medical assistance needed.
Thank you.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
He's a tanky little fuck, isn't he? Just die, dude. We got you. Ah, Fuck. There's somebody is hiding back here. I can't fucking find it. There he is. That dick. Don't you do it. Oh, you dick. That is such a dick move right there. I'll just respawn. Jason Fajardo, what up, man? Welcome to the Players Club, Jason. Appreciate you, man. Micro Sisu in the house again. Yeah, you know what, Drizzy? I mean, if you don't have the Matador, just run regular Adrenaline Rush. It's fine. I mean, I even prefer the regular one over the perfect one, and many, most of the time. many, most of the time. That's the thing. But otherwise, the Memento. Oh, I get it. You're going PvP. Bloodsucker. Nah, Bloodsucker because you require multiple kills. No, there's really not. I mean, if you're looking for bonus armor, that's the best. That's the best one you got. Oh, there you are. Oops. For PvP, that is.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Because Bloodsucker's not as good because it requires multi-kills and... It's not going to be happening a ton.
Detected. In location. Guarded by hostiles.
Who's this last guy?
Serious trauma detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Vital signs critical.
It's tough because we don't have all our trophies.
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Incoming hostiles detected.
Ah, no right from no. We did it. I was expecting another wave. Yeah, no, but for PvP, what would you use for bonus armor other than Adrenaline Rush for PvP? There isn't. Like, I think Adrenaline Rush really is. It's actually really good for PvP. A lot of people will run it even with Unbreakable too, right? They'll double up on it. I think we got this already. Yeah, it's gonna be wild when we get that backpack. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna create. We could already create so many builds. I like. Just really gonna expand our universe. It'd be interesting. Like, I'm just interested in trying, like, what if you just put like one piece of 5 random pieces? You know, what would that look like? You know? What would that look like? Like 5 random pieces. What would the most 5 random build pieces let you could pick up the most value from? You know what I'm saying? Like, what 5 random pieces could you pick up the most value from? Like Walker seems like it'd be one of them because you'd get weapon damage and then you'd get damage to armor. So it seems like it would be one of those that, like, it's a random gear piece where the NinjaBike backpack is going to kick in that second element for you. And Providence, maybe? There's a chance Providence might become useful. That way, get the crit. But it'd be fun to make like a random build that way. Just like 6 random pieces that, because of the backpack, makes it an amazing build. You know, I just don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that looks like. I mean, it'd almost be a fun challenge to do. Make the most random effective build. No 2 pieces can be from the same brand or gear set. Oh, that damn blind grenade. One of the things that's new that I really like about what they did was that they did the whole, that was really smart what they did with the bonus armor thing on the new brand set. You know, this where they say if you already have armor, it's going to give you bonus armor. That's pretty cool. I mean, somebody really thought about that one, you know. It's the first time we've seen something like that, I feel like, you know. Really? Damn it. Fuck, I'm dizzy. Oh, God. Ah. We barely got out of that. Oh, that was a bad miss. Damn it.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I was saying that earlier. Is that it? Like, wouldn't it be cool to put like 1% Uzina Getica, one Bellstone, and then you go System Corruption or even 2-piece Hunter's Fury. Just get crazy armor on kill. Where is he? Flush him out. There he is. Oh, I kind of missed. Oh, dude, you screwed me up. It's walking in my path. Oh, what a waste. Captured. No, this is not. We're not in the PTS right now. I don't run PC, so I'm restricted. They gave me the boot. Ooh, that's kind of nice. This is one of the new builds that I made that I've yet to publish, actually, is what it is. It's kind of giving another test run, but I will be publishing it as a full build video. Run and gun explosion build, and it's just, you know, we've created versions of these in the past, and so when I was cleaning out my stash, getting ready for season 11, which you guys should be doing too, I was creating builds along the way to determine what things to delete and what things were going to make it to the next level. Tap that ass, I did. That was a good build, man. I see that you're running the Eagle Bear as a backup. I think that'd be a really good build to showcase that. I wanted to see if I have the same pieces to recreate it. Crazy stability, though. Crazy stability on that thing. Right? So tap that axe, put a build together, and you shared it with me online on Discord. And it was a really good build. It was made for the new reliable specifically. And yeah, it was crazy fun. All red, lots of stability rolled into it. So new reliability gives you 30%. Was it weapon handling, isn't it? Isn't it handling? Either way, very stable. And then he's got the Eagle Bear as a secondary, which also gives you accuracy. And then I believe it had braced on the chest, 2 pieces. It's crazy accurate, right? It's a laser beam. So he's running 2 brace on the chest, contractor's gloves, and there's a Petrov chest too, which gives you more weapon handling. So it's a ton of weapon handling on that build. It's got to be a laser beam. Morpheus, yeah, I'm sure we can accommodate. Are you on Discord? Can you join us on Discord? That'd be the one of the best places to hook up with the clans. Because we got multiple Xbox clans. I'm only in one of them. And it was, so we got other commanders, and so we would check. But if you can't join Discord for any reason, I could just send them your Foxhound 007 handle. But if you join us on Discord, that'd be great. Let me know. Actually, I'll dump that. Oh, look at Latina chiming in from nowhere. Overwatch was on the chest? Oh, I didn't catch that, Tap. I thought it was focus on the chest. I must have misread it, mismemorized it. So, no, Maze, we reviewed the PTS notes already. So, no, this is just regular gameplay. I'm on Xbox. And actually just... Right on, Morpheus, man. We're glad to have you here. It's a fun place. Really good place to be, especially to talk builds, talk Division 2, to augment your Division experience, you know, like whether you're coming up from work or school or just not logged in yet, you know, you can figure out who you want to play with or what to do, what build you want to work on. But chatting it up with the community, you know what I mean? Or checking out what other people's posting as far as builds. We got some good build channels happening. People sharing ideas, answering questions. Lots of people share their builds, ask for feedback, or share just give other people ideas. So yeah, it's a very fun channel, very active channel. And then of course we got the group up areas, and then we got the clan specific areas. So all are welcome. Our clans do fill up pretty quickly, and then, you know, the beginning of every season is we get a big spike of incoming requests. So there's that. I always tell the team to brace themselves. Brace themselves for new season. That's right, opportunistic on the backpack. I do remember that. Yeah. You know, Tap, that gun actually works really well with focus too. I remember doing that. Go and scope with the RPK is really good. Feels really good. But yeah, so it's another fun build it's working on. But cool, everybody. I appreciate you hanging with me. I'm gonna call it a night. I gotta get some dinner in my belly. It's dinner time for me, so we've been going for a little bit. But had a tons of fun, and we'll figure out what to do tomorrow. Probably gonna head to a build lab tomorrow. Have some more discussions. And I got some builds to work on too for this weekend. So I got more builds to put out for you guys. Gonna get you prepped for season 11, but also give you some optimal builds here that we created recently that will definitely have application for next season too. Explosion type stuff, status effect stuff, legendary stuff. So cool, everybody. Have a good night, man. Catch you all later. Skeletor! Bandido to the bone now. Right in the nick of time. Oh, let me hit this this poll too. Let me end the poll. So let's see, what do we got? So, will aces be abandoned after TU17? 68% said yes. 31% said no. 126 people voted on that. Appreciate you, Skeletor, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for supporting, man. As you always do. Good night, everybody. Peace out.
Tuxedo out.